We welcome you back. We thank you in chat for letting us know as well. Tech issues tend to happen here from time to time. But we're kicking off Wednesday. It's Rocket League Day. Let's go ahead and hit it discounts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. There's Wednesday night lights, right? I mean, we get to break down the schedule, what's going on, and I'm excited to see some matches coming forward.
100%. And we're going to get the stream schedule up for you as well. Remember, this is just the A channel. We have the B channel going on as well. So CMS Esports League B is where you want to go. Twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B to check out those ones too. All right, so we're going to go ahead and hit the games here very shortly, discounts. But of course, we have to hit the national anthem first. So we're going to do that right now.
Take off your caps.
All right, welcome to Wednesday Night Lights. We were a little bit confused there for a second. We're like, is the game starting? But where we are, the defending champions, Audrey Kell against Providence. Discounts and Bear Light, you guys take it away. Another great night. Let's go.
Appreciate it, Charlie. We'll get the details here on the screen momentarily for you as well. As we kick things off now, it'll be Audrey Kell in blue. And, of course, we got Providence across the way in orange to kick it off in this best of 5-year discounts.
Yeah, and remember, Providence actually put up a big fight against JT Williams. JT Williams did come out on top, but it was a 2-3 score. So as Barris puts one in here for the first goal here of Wednesday Night Lights, let's see it again.
Yeah, how many times have we seen this before, right? He's up high. The bottom side of the card took a lot of velocity off of it when you hit the bottom side. And because of that, he was able to direct that top shelf and in. That way the defenders couldn't reach to it, not using all the boosts that they had in their tanks.
You think that throws him off a little bit? I mean, you see Barris coming out to you, you're expecting a bullet, right? And then you see him just hit a little floater over the top. You know, that was beautiful.
It was, 100%, because it's like fastball changeup.
Yeah.
Right? You can throw a slow one at them. They never know defensively how to defend it. But in that case, with that soft touch, it was more so you don't hit the backboard, right? Able to just kind of direct it in. Right now, we see Providence needing an answer here. They've done a pretty good job, keeping up with Audrey Kell, one of the teams to beat, if not the team to beat in the CMS League so far. Not only through season 1, but also dating back to season 0.
Yeah, season 0. I mean, they were the Rocket League champs. That was the team who won it all. And now you're looking at it. Well, think about it. They're the champs now. Everyone wants to beat this squad, and they know that. I think they know that the pressure's on. And look at that play by Creeper.
Yeah, able to catch it. I mean, we talk up the other two constantly. You saw Legend try to challenge, quick move right, then back left, able to be dumping, and right there on the far side or short side post, they're 2-0 now. Archery Kel definitely off to that hot start, and everybody getting involved, like we said. That's one of the big reasons Blasky has been really on his team, wanting to get all three involved, and certainly they've done just that. Another one flows.
Yeah, Creeper is now showing what he's got here. As you see it right off the rip, getting another goal, second goal already for himself, back-to-back, and he's already feeling good. He's going to try to keep up with Barris.
Yeah, just quick kickoff goal there. We'll see if they can get back to it. This time Ocean Man able to challenge Barris before he's able to get that one off. He'll tap it over the side wall where Rux was waiting for him, and he's bested by Legend. The first good chance for Providence, and that one from the corner as well, but Barris able to make this save. Still not out of harm's way though, as Providence is trying to get to it, but Rux will flick it out of the zone, and Ardrey Kell's defense showing up just as well as their offense.
I mean, the control Ardrey Kell has is just phenomenal. I mean, you see how they're just dribbling on the ground up top. They can do it all, and you're seeing it right here already in the first game that they can do it on the ground and in the air.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the ball is. They're able to rotate so well that they're able to get to it regardless. And right now, Ardrey Kell definitely setting the pace as they've had possession for majority of this match. And look at Providence looking pretty scared, to be honest. You know, looking a little bit reluctant to attack.
I mean, I would be too. This is a top squad.
Sure.
I mean, you definitely want to bring your A game, especially in game one. You want to kind of come out of the gate saying, hey, like, you don't want to be back on a great team. So you want to get that first win. And right now, it's not looking so hot right now for Providence.
Yeah, they haven't been able to step up, and you know, for Ardrey Kell, that's one of the things Blasky hit, who said, don't be messing around. Said they could have taken it 3-0, but dropped a game in their series the last time around. So you can tell that they're not going to take any time off in any of these series moving forward. As that one almost found the top corner there.
Oh my goodness.
Again, and so we're down under 2 minutes left. You can see this continued patience and just being able to get Providence to jump out of their shoes.
Yeah, I mean, it's always funny to see, though, Blasky sweating already in week one of the series. But look at this, almost a double touch. Rux is going for it now, trying to get on the board himself.
Yeah, he was on it. Could not quite finish, though, so the credit Providence's defense for trying to step up. But the bump on the back line will open up room for Rux. He's got it! And that one 4-0 now as Rux goes up, gets it, and the flip reset goal to give them this 4-0 lead.
With that, that just shows you Ardrey Kell has had every player score already in his only game one Bear.
That's right, every player involved constantly, and Providence really takes some notes from this matchup. Anytime that any school sees Ardrey Kell on their other side of the schedule, they're concerned, right?
Yes.
They say, it's going to be a tough match, right? And so sometimes your brain starts thinking, well, how do we approach this match? What is it that they do that we can learn from, that we can adopt into our play style? And so you constantly have to be thinking, how can we improve our team to make sure that we're the ones that are on top consistently in the CMS Esports?
Yeah, you know every school besides, Ardrey Kell, of course, it has them circled on their calendar right now. Anytime they see they have to go up against this team, this is when you've got to put in the most work and just basically do what you can, because Ardrey Kell, I mean, they can control it all. You see it right there. Somehow, Barris got that out of there. Providence should have had a goal. Somehow, Barris got that clear.
Yeah, and now working the offense yet again, they never quit, right? If you make a defensive opportunity, that's great. Hop out, make an opportunity of your own. And so they've been constantly just laying the pressure on. Another shot from Creeper. Although it goes high, it's really just distracting their offense from creating anything from Providence. We want to let you know that in 5 minutes, we've got the B-Stream kicking off with their first matchup as well, as Virtual will take on Independence on that side as we see this score kind of leak into a 5-0 zone.
Yeah, and I always ask you this every week, Barrett. I mean, it's basically what are they going through? What is going through their mindsets for Providence? What do we have to do here in game two? Just to compete with this team.
Yeah, you have to catch them off guard. If you let them run the way that they want to play, if you let them set the pace, then they are going to take it to you. Well, the best thing you can do, especially when you know you don't quite have maybe the mechanics or the recognition quite there yet, you have to start trying to get in front of the play. You have to have that anticipation. You need to throw them off, because right now they've been able to do basically anything they want to. Ardrey Kell on top, 1-0 here in the series of the best of 5. It's going to be a long road for Providence trying to get back here.
9 shots for Ardrey Kell, only 3 for Providence. You always know, I mean, whoever has the most shots usually is the winner. It's not always, because you can, be very efficient, of course, but most of the time, that's how it goes.
It certainly is. I like the balance of Providence, as everybody got a shot on net, but unfortunately those shots didn't quite have the grade A feeling that we saw from Ardrey Kell. We'll see if they can get that together. But we do have Stim first, of course. It'll be the first Stim submission. So let's go.
All right, so for week 2 of the STEM competition, here's Ardrey Kell's submission for Clean Cuts UI. So we went with a really minimalistic approach here. So we got just like 3 main things here. You got your drop-down box for like create meal, search, so you can search for meals or create your own. Then you go over here to your profile. So you can create a profile like here with have the icon and then description. You can go over like your ratings and stuff. The settings, which you can probably we'll have themes in the future with like a light mode and a dark mode. Right now we just have dark mode set up. And then there will be a help screen for like user problems. So right now we're on the top, or this will be like the main thing you load into when you boot up the app. So it'll be the top meal screen. It'll go over like the monthly top meal. So there'll be more here, but for now we just have one example. So if you like find a meal you want, you can just click on the image here. It'll take you to the user who made it. So I just made my name here, the one theory, and then icon. And then here's like the user rating. You can give them a rating as well. So you got a short description of the meal kind of, and then a list of ingredients. And it's really as simple as that. And if the user wants, they can provide like instructions. So if it's like a more complex meal, where this is just like a salad, it's just a bunch of ingredients tossed up together. So, but if it's a more complex meal, there'll be, of course, instructions down below. But it's really as simple as that. You just hit the back button, you can go find some more meals, and yeah, really minimalistic, scalable, and just simple, easy to use. And that's it.
So you see them continuing that the meal plan idea, right? And then you start to see some UI, and it's looking pretty sharp if they can pull that off.
Very good idea. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of people that would help for that app. So I really hope that thing takes off.
No doubt about it. Speaking of taking off, it's been Providence, right? Taking off completely. Taking this world by storm here, on the Stim side last season, but Ardrey Kell has really brought it to them on the Rocket League side. And in fact, that shot went far side. Providence is ready for it, though. Good save.
Providence is showing up. Look at this. I mean, Ardrey Kell feels like they have a wide open goal, and just Providence is not giving them anything, which you can't. You can't give anything to Ardrey Kell.
Yeah, and now they have an opportunity if they can hurry. They've got numbers. Everybody committing forward here from Ardrey Kell.
A little too hard.
Yeah, just off the mark. You saw them try to get that pass. They did get to the box, and they established some offensive presence, but it went away pretty quickly after they couldn't quite control it. And now Barris out in front with that demo. Ruck's already up for this again. The carry going to go far side. Got some help from Barris. And a 1-0 lead now for Ardrey Kell.
Floats, and I feel like they were in the air for an hour. Watch this, Rux just holding it, and Barris able to tap that one right over 2 defenders and make that the first score of this game.
And that's going to be heartbreaking for Providence. They played very well, arguably, in that first little bit defensively. But again, if you just continue to be on your heels, eventually you're going to break through, and we've seen that happen multiple times. Look as they try to style on it now. They're trying to pre-jump and get some of these passes going and see just how powerful their connection can be.
I feel like that one time when they had that fast break, that's whenever you really want that one back. But I feel like what happened is whenever, going back to football, because we like to talk about that, if someone's broke a big run going all the way and they just tripped on the 2-yard line and just couldn't hit it. That's what I felt what just happened with Providence on that fast break.
Let's see if they can make something happen this time around, as this one will float towards the front of the net. Ocean Man went a little bit high with it. Legend couldn't get it either. The backwards attempt there from Dumpling. They get chopped to try to use a half whip in order to kind of whip that one back towards the net, but it was not to be as Ardrey Kell was back on it. Providence will have to play defense yet again. Reaper, he beat to it by Dumpling. We'll try to leave it, get another touch backwards to try to set up his team, knowing that Ardrikel was kind of setting back a little bit, but they took too much time trying to get to it.
Oh.
And Barris, Ocean Man struggling. Rux just playing with the
Oh.
Ocean Man, able to dig it out. So that's what happens when Ardrikel messes around a little bit. Providence was able to get to it.
How, I mean, that ball was in the net. Providence says, no. It didn't go all the way in. Let me get this one out of here. And was somehow able to get this one away. Providence is playing a lot better compared to game one. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, if there was an award that I could give out after this match that said who had the bigger heart, it would be Providence right now. That being said, you know, Ardrikel, they kind of took a little bit of a step off the gas pedal here, it seems, thinking that, you know, maybe they could, you know, put in a little bit less effort and still pull the 3-0 on Providence, and it's showing right now as they're able to keep it close. But that being said, they're right back to it as Creeper now has it down the box. But they're able to get to it again. Barris back down. The challenge will push it forward yet again, and they kill more time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Time right now is not on Providence's side. So now there's their chance right here. They're going to be able to get with here and tie it up here 1-1 in game two. Dumpling Killer puts it in.
Again, you kind of, you know, you're twiddling your fingers here, and suddenly Providence has some life. Dumpling able to just launch it there from the top corner of the box. And now they have an opportunity here to close it out. Unfortunately for Ardrikel, they played a team that was a little bit, you know, not quite at their skill level last week, and they dropped a game. Providence going to try to make the same thing happen here.
And shout out to Dumpling Killer. Well, as Barris puts one in with a fastball. Watch how fast this thing came in. Right off the corner, Ocean was just trying to get this away. Barris was sitting very patiently and ready and put it in the bottom right corner. But shout out to Dumpling, though. He has been doing really well for Providence.
Yeah, just trying to keep the whole piece of the puzzle together, trying to be that glue to really keep them in this game. But right now, it's been Ardrikel able to answer even in these situations. What a read! Oh, and Barris almost got to it too. The Rux and Barris show continues. From the ceiling is Creeper, and he's got one. These three are unstoppable.
These guys are putting on a show for you tonight here early in the first game or first series of the night. Unreal play. I mean, they almost had 2 goals. Both of them would have been phenomenal.
Oh man, great commentator, great ceiling shot executor apparently. So I mean, it's good to know Creeper has really stepped up his game, and when you have mentors like Barris, like Rux, that's gonna happen. So you know, Ardrikel here, it was a 1-1 game even 20 seconds ago, and now you see it jumped out to the 4-1 lead. Ardrikel, the mentor champions,
that's just how fast Rocket League can be. I mean, you're literally tied a second ago, and then now it's 4-1. Well, 4-2 here as Dumpling Killer trying to make this one a game. 20 seconds still on the clock, Bear. It's not officially over. In Rocket League, 20 seconds is a lot of time.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm not sure where, you know, the defense of Ardrikel was on that kickoff there to try to be in support, but Providence will definitely take it. And how appropriate that Dumpling was to get that one too. We'll try to get the one's Ocean Man. Almost had it off that kickoff. And Creeper was able to get that touch. Dumpling looked like he was going to approach that one. I would like to see a little bit more boldness there in that opportunity. I think Dumpling might have been out of use in that opportunity, but I thought he had it. You know, I thought there was an opportunity for him to really get up and make it here. White just could not quite get it done. Ardrikel goes up 2-0 here in the series here, discounts, and I mean, I don't think anybody would argue that we're surprised here at this point.
No, not at all. I mean, 11 shots again to 3. You know, they just keep on putting on more shots each and every game, so maybe in the next game they'll even have more, but hopefully Providence can put more shots here in game 3.
And Ocean Man and Legend, they really stepped up defensively too with a couple of saves apiece. We just didn't see a whole lot of defense from Providence in game number 1. So steps at a time, right?
Yes.
When you get 11 shots thrown at you, you have to make a few of those saves. And sure enough, they were able to do a little bit of that work, but not quite enough. Let's see if they can make up for it on the Stem side, though, as they have their...
Hi, I'm Nicholas,
I'm Pranav.
I'm Henry.
and we represent Providence High School. Our app, We Care, is designed to help charities and volunteer organizations around the world. By acting as a tool to assist these groups, We hope to allow these organizations to encourage more people to lend a helping hand in a world where many people live in poverty.
Now let me take you through a detailed layout of our app. As you can see, we have numerous screens, all with different things on them. Now, we made this app with the pure intention of being as user-friendly and accessible as possible, so we made it really easy to understand what each of the screens does. You may also notice that we have two separate logins, one for users and one for charities. Charities have to be verified by a moderator before they are allowed to log into their account. This means that only verified and real charities can create events, meaning that people have no chance of getting scammed. This might increase their participation.
So what does this mean in the bigger picture? Many impoverished people around the globe struggle to find help as many charities are unable to receive the aid of volunteers due to a lack of social connections. However, our app strives to amend this problem by providing charities easy access to resources and volunteers that will allow them to better serve underrepresented groups worldwide.
Submission from Providence. Now we move on here to discounts to game number 3. We'll see if Providence can maybe they feel the momentum of their project.
And you know, each and every game they've been getting better and better. So I'm really curious to see what they can do here in game 3. I feel like now they got the nerves out, even though could be too late. It could be. Depending on how they play, but I mean, going up against a high caliber team like Audrey Kell is going to be tough, as you see Rux already put one in here in game 3.
Yeah, Rux right back at it too, was able to beat everybody back, and then that extra touch, just the patience to see them kind of peel out on the defensive side. And Audrey Kell doing what they do best, hopping back out to this lead.
Yeah, let's see if Providence can answer back. This is honestly how either win or lose either way. Trying to just fight and compete with a team like Audrey Kell is what you want to see, because you go up against another team maybe a little bit less talented, and you're just going to be able to compete even better because you've already faced that type of skill level, if not even better. So you know, you want to learn from this game either way, win or lose.
That's right. Right now we're working to get the names back over the cars, so hold. We appreciate your patience while we get that done here for you. As right now you'll see that Archery Kell continues to wait patiently here. Creeper back to it. It's going to allow a teammate to step up and try to get a touch. And now it is. Should be an open net. They can't get back to it. No, it's going to be Rux here to make it 2-0 for Archery Kell. So it seems like they're taking this game 3 a lot more serious than we saw in game number 2 for Archery Kell.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Rux had 7 shots this last game. Already has 2 shots this time and already put 2 goals in. So he's already, you know, I think he's feeling himself here tonight.
Now we have Barris trying to challenge here, the defensive Providence. Got a temporary touchdown, waiting back for his Ocean Man. Couldn't quite connect, but again, had a little bit of support there defensively, but there's not much you can do when you're just underneath the ball. Kind of rotate back if you're in that position.
If you're in that position, you go get that boost. There was one in the corner right there. Even though it did get snagged either way, you need to try to get back in position. Even if you don't have boost, you might have able just to get the ball away from the goal. Just get away.
So off this next ensuing kickoff, we'll see that it's another fake from Archer Kell, so Providence pushing it back towards the box. We've seen that a few times here in this series and kind of scratched my head. I'm not sure if Archer Kell is just trying to have fun with it, or you know, if this is a viable strategy that they want moving forward.
Not sure, but it's not working against Providence. Providence has already had a couple close goals off of the kickoff, so maybe them playing around, but if not, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, right now, Rux will actually get beat to this too. Providence here in the corner. You have to be careful though, it's too committed here. You don't want too many bodies in the box if moving forward here. I know you're down 3-0, so you want to make something happen, or you want to push forward and, you know, kind of compromise a little bit of positioning to try to get some attack, but you're not in the right place when AK is just allowed the chance to jump right back and be in your faces. You have to be a little bit more careful than that.
Game 3, you're already down 3. If I'm Providence, yeah, in your mindset, you need to play aggressive, right? Like that's my first thought is, hey, let's just get some goals. But with a great team like Audrey Kell, it's very tough. They're going to use that against you. As soon as you go a little bit too far, you know, maybe triple commits, that's whenever this game can just get out of hand real quick.
Yeah, and right now Audrey Kell has definitely had the advantage here as they move into game number 3 and just took it by storm here. getting the first 3 goals and maybe laying off a little bit, knowing that Providence has been bested for the most part. I know there's still 2 minutes left, but there's not much that's convincing me that Providence has an answer this time around.
Yeah.
But this is one of those games you got to gear up for, right? When you hit land, when you hit that live environment, you hit the playoffs, you know, you hope you make that top 8, and if you do, you come back and say, hey, AK, we're not the same team that we were when we faced you in week 2.
Absolutely, and you know they're going to remember this. And so, you know, Audrey Kelly is just trying to get through this schedule and, you know, put up as many points as they can. You know, but Providence will always remember this series and see what they had, you know, what they need to do going forward if they play them again, which, like you said, could be in playoffs.
You know, it's funny to me, as you see Providence put in 1 here with a minute 31. Do you want to talk about how, you know, we talked about RJ Kell last season, season 0, and they had such a difficult schedule to kick off. They had 2, I believe, JT Williams in the first 2 weeks. They had another difficult matchup there too, and so, you know, kicking off the season in that fashion and being 0-1 like RJ Kell was, and then, you know, trying to really figure out and piece things along the way. So sometimes those tougher matchups early in the season will really set the tone. It gives you a pace going, you've learned things along the way, and then suddenly you become one of those top teams. For Providence, and I mean, am I saying that they're going to be a top 3 team at the end of the season? That's yet to be seen. But
right.
I do think that this could really be favorable that they had to face such a strong team early.
Yeah, for sure. And if I'm looking at the standings right now, week 1, week 2 might not really. This isn't what it's going to look like at the end of the season. Like you said, there's a lot of that when it comes to possibly roster changes, possibly you know, just the comms are getting better, chemistry's getting better, and that's just something that you don't see until the end of the season. You're like, wow, wait, Audrey Kell lost early on in that season, just like, and then, you know, you don't even think about it whenever it's playoff time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, you could argue that Ruxin and Barris, they haven't had a whole lot of time together, but they did, you know, play a little bit last season, and they had all the offseason to grind, and they have been playing together very frequently. For Providence, you know, a couple of these players were on the team, a couple weren't. And so that's a big change. Like we mentioned in previous weeks, you know, with Rocket League, it's 3 players. You make 1 change, that's 1/3 of your team, right? So you have to continuously kind of shift things in order to find out the right combination. And obviously it makes it a little bit more seamless if you have a little bit more talent. However, you know, for Providence, they still have a little bit of that learning curve too, trying to get to know their players, and perhaps can pop off in future weeks.
Yeah, for sure. You easily see this team, you know, fighting back and getting, you know, possibly top 8, like you were saying.
Absolutely. We'll see if the Panthers are up for it, you know, down the road. Until then, RJ Kell has definitely shown out in the first 2 weeks. And of course, as the season goes along, you're gonna have to face JT Williams at some point, right? They're gonna have to face one of these top 3 teams. And when they're at that point, I mean, they haven't been exactly that perfect or close to perfect team like we've seen in previous seasons. So I think that some of these teams might have a shot against this squad here, as you see them kill it here and get the 3-0 win.
They almost put one in for the boys, is what we say, but not quite, as they still do end up getting the sweep.
So, alma mater, is that still apply to high school, or is that just a collegiate term? Either way, my previous high school was Providence, however you want to chalk it up. So, would love to see their improvements, right? I'm rooting for you guys at the deepest parts of my heart. However, RJ Kell is definitely just the better team currently. We'd love to see them amp that up too, for sure, along the rest of this season. But now we're going to head over to the judges too, because we have to, of course, get a winner here on the STEM side here, discounts. So let's check out what they have to say.
Okay, back to the week 2 varsity STEM game action. Varsity STEM challenge. And again, games that are showcasing their game ideas. This is a reminder. They have games inside week 2's curriculum. They just went and constructed those. Again, they are on the app challenge. And just to remind everybody, we saw in week 1 where they started with their idea. And now in week 2, it's where the rubber meets the road. The week 2 challenge in the varsity STEM curriculum that they have all gone through now on the app side is showcase your app's core screens that demonstrate how your app will look and theoretically function. They're using Figma wireframing technology to do this. So now we get a real in-depth view of where they're heading. RJ Kell, the food app, I really like the clean look. I thought that was really a great example of where the new benchmark is.
I would argue maybe they could tighten up that recipe page a little bit. That's the main element of where their viewer is going to be. It needs to look really crisp and clean in there. Maybe add video to it. But also think about a news feed. When your users are in there, once they've made one, how are you going to look at other people's? Perhaps upvote them and you can see the most popular. There's a lot they can do with it. I thought it was really good. What'd you think?
I thought it's a great idea. I mean, I kind of got the idea last week, but now I think I figured it out. It's like a like Yelp for individual meals. Instead of just searching by restaurants, you can search by specific meals across all restaurants to find something that matches your taste. I mean, Audrey Kell is the clear front runner in,
They always are.
in this app race, and
Yeah.
they always are in esports last season. Let's see how they do in the app challenge, and if they can keep that energy up.
Now,
Providence,
yeah.
WeCare. You want to cover
The
that first?
WeCare app, all I'll say on that was I love the idea. I loved the idea last week. But as you can see with that Audrey Kell matchup, where STEM competition brings that to the next level, we really need to see more of what the experience is. We got a view that they're actually building something on that back end in that Figma wireframing tool, but I didn't really see, like we saw with Audrey Kell, what is the user experience like and all that? That's really important at this point. I think they have the crux of a good idea, but they've got to show us what that user experience. This isn't kids pretending to be adults and building stuff. We're actually building stuff over an 8-week period right now. So I think that's going to hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I really like where Providence is headed, and I think they have a really solid idea. I just want to see it fleshed out a little bit more, and what that's going to look like in the coming weeks.
So scores, we got to go.
Scores. I'm going to give 1 point Audrey Kell, 1 point Providence.
Good cop. I really want to see Providence step it up to the next level in week 3 as they evolve through the curriculum from a STEM perspective there. I think I got to ding them a little bit, though, and I'm going to go all 2 points to Audrey Kell. That's 3-1 in week 2 competition. Audrey Kell up over Providence.
All right, there you have it. The results are in. So again, Audrey Kell on the esports side just dominant from start to finish here. They get the 3-0 win over all discounts.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, that team is just the championship team. It's you see it each and every week, and I assume that's going to go forward as well. Providence just couldn't get it done, kind of shaky out of the gate, and can't do that against a team like Audrey Kell.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be Charlotte Engineering facing off with North Mech. I just got the confirmation here, but in the meantime, check out this cool little design challenge we had with some Rocket League cars during the break. Check it out.
Welcome back to the STEM Desk, everybody. And if you remember, this is not just an esports show. In fact, it's mainly
little bit slow to get to that challenge, but eventually they will. And Shadow back on it too. Jeremiah tried to cause a little bit of chaos, but not enough to do much with it. And the first goal is actually going to go to Rocky River. That one was challenging here. Rocky River needing to play some defense themselves. As ID Faye now going to hold back. The challenge is there in Shadow. Able to make it 2-0 Rocky Rivers. And now it's chipped to the center. Trying to challenge the boxes. Huff, but they will have to wait for another challenge. Ninja actually hit it away from his own teammate. So because of that, we hold back. Now Panda, he'll launch one off the bar and finally able to tap it away. 3-0 Rocky River.
Puff high, never say die.
That's it. That's their motto. Now a shot, chip, an opportunity, and hold that thought. Goes to depth. Able to pull them back within one. Rocky River. Rocky River will take their first win of the CMS Esports League for them in the preseason by the count of 3-2. Now Huff high. It'll be goes to depth with a double touch. And 1-0 against Rocky River here early as you see him get one past Panda, who tried to challenge, even tried to adjust his pattern defensively. And Huff high with a shutout in game 2 to bring this series even at 1. Yet again, it doesn't seem like pressure is a thing that really affects Huff high to some degree, as they've been really good. A chance to double touch in. Goes to depth, showing mechanics as well. Not just numbers, but also making the highlight reel as well.
Good shot, good work.
The Ghost is right there. Beat to it though. ID Faye, a quick shot and in. We'll cut the lead in half. That's just pure speed there, Charlie. Now Faye is up for it. A chance to try and tie it. Oh, but the defender knocks it down. It'll be Huff. That wins the series 3-1.
We'll see now, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. No excuses now. You can see Archery Kell. That was a bomb from downtown. Rocks puts it away. A 2-1 lead here for Archery Kell. It's now JT Williams. Some good passing of their own. Grassy the shot and lands it. And we're even at 2 here in game number 1. Onto it, and we'll push it to the wall so he can get enough momentum going to flip it back down. A miss on the backside, and Archery Kell. And in support is Grassy to push it forward here for JT Williams. Grassy get the angle and does. And I think the defender was bumped off it as well, and Grassy credited with this goal to put JT Williams up 1-0. Barris now to the back wall. Will try to do it himself. The chip to the box, but JT Williams will hold him off. And it'll be a 1-0 victory to even the series at 1 for JT Williams. Will be bested by Rux. Nutella back out. Good chip. It's the center. Now we'll pull back down. A good job to pull it back down. Nutella with some crafty work on the grounds. And able to put this one back in to even things at 1. Popped right back down. And sure enough, we got a wave dash there, which Creeper on Rux almost got to. Down to 26 seconds left. JT Williams, it's Nutella the shot and in. JT Williams up 2-1 in this one with just 23 seconds left. Snore back there. Barris across. Creeper the bouncer and in. So with 3 seconds left, Archery Kell will not go away. Everybody's silent, even in chat, just watching this game. You saw the support earlier in this one. But since it's ramped up, it's been quiet. Creeper the one to end it in overtime. Archery Kell were able to answer the bell late and force the overtime in the first place. And Grassy just couldn't quite handle it. And Creeper the one stepping up. And now over to Creeper. We'll use the corner and bumped off. It was Nutella. Rocks back up for it. The shot. And it finds its way in. Archery Kell 3-0 now. Grassy needs to get one here. They need one off of this break, and I think they have it if Snore can get to it. The shot is in again. 7 seconds left, and 3-2 ball game. Never count out either team in the series. Well, you never know. Nutella back down. Snore needs to keep it up. Now, oh, we couldn't hit the corner. Archery Kell gonna hold off in this one. Well, you can tell that Harding, relatively new at the game of Rocket League, is Adam struggling to get a couple touches. That was a good save, though. So, if inexperienced, can't really tell. That was a great play, and we'll actually get a goal here. First 100% was a jinx, and always exists. And what a shot, by the way. My goodness. Love hearing it. So, Providence up 1-0, make it 2-0. As now Legend gets in on the game.
Oh, we got a little aerial attempt. Barely missing out on the goal, and there's the dunk.
and West Charlotte's on the board first as they have the lead over Palisades 1-0 as Map just got bested in the 50-50 from Malik. And as Saab just challenged Killam Kane, thought they were going to get that extra touch. It was not to be. Saab now will hold back. CJ last chance has to keep it up in the air and does. Killam Kane, but it's going to be knocked away from Saab, and they didn't do it. They didn't tie it. It's West Charlotte that walks away with a Game 1 win.
And look at this action right now. I'm telling you, Bearlight, I feel it. These guys are coming to play. Off the wall with the touch. The Map going and making it 1-0. Palisades coming back. West Charlotte not gonna do what they just did to him again.
And tie this game up, but right now pressuring his Palisades, and that's a shot from CJ. Saab will try to touch this down, but it's right to a shot. Malik couldn't get back to it. Palisades all over it now. I think it was all about incorporating the Map into it, and the Map has really shown the way for Palisades. Yeah, I did it. And it's 3-0 here for this squad here, game number 3. We nailed the nail in the head there. And a great flick again. Killam Kane showing off skills. Landon hasn't seen a whole lot from him, but that's a bouncer, and it will find its way through. And Saab has been the one to do it a couple of times. As you see Tower Sparky in there trying to get everybody hyped up for it. What a save from Mystical, who again, we talked about had some struggles there in a couple of games, but then suddenly comes out of nowhere with a huge save.
I mean, that save alone is, again, back to fundamentals, not trying to hit a home run every time, playing positions, playing roles.
And now a follow-up from Malik, too.
See what? This is what I'm talking about. That team that just got demolished for like 2.5 games straight is all of a sudden back in. What changed?
Palisades with the win, dominant fashion. West Charlotte had a little bit of something to say. Couldn't really play it anywhere without getting blocked. A shot here, though. What a reactionary save, as Baby Tron was able to get across to that one. Skimmett does go over one. This one will fall. He has a Baby Tron who hit it backwards. Whoa, look out. That was almost bad, but that angle was perfect. Found Skimmett on the back post. Skimmett somehow finds that angle. What do you mean? Skimmett on fire. That challenge from Peyton also set him up. Peyton has been proven to be a true playmaker, one that we didn't get to witness last year. And now South Beck will try to work in transit, as this one will push forward and up high. Hercules looking for the double touch, and he got it! Oh, what a play! Olympic answered South Beck, and South Beck came right back down the field. They said, we don't want to play overtime. Why? Now back the other way. Bean looking for the double, almost got it. Baby, the follow-up, and Skimmett makes a save. Skimmett, the touchdown, are you kidding me? Wow, my goodness. Able to find their way back. Peyton played it forward, and then Skimmett did the rest. Watch this, just a little tiny touch. Got to it, but can he get to this one? Skimmett chips it, and Ginger Ace couldn't get to it. That is precision at its finest there. And now a chip there from Tabine. Tried the angle, too, almost got it. It's a follow-up. Peyton almost got the save, but it'll be drawn. That breaks through here for Olympic to make it 1-1. Good touch away here from South Neck. As Skimmett will use Ginger's front of his hard to propel it back. And getting creative for the first goal of this game. Got him, the last one back, right? In this case, he jumped forward, and that's what he needed to buy time, but it's going to be Hercules to keep the series alive for South Mech. Talk about not giving up. Never out of a series when you have Skimmett on your side, but then you talk about Hercules, who's been a true difference maker as well. Skimmett's got the bean right where he wants in the follow-up from Hercules. Can Skimmett find this angle? He certainly does. Wow, far side post. South Mech up 3-0. South Mech will win the best of 5 here, and they will be proving to be a team to look out for. Skimmett and the gang gonna win this series by the count of 3-2.
No losses, I don't do lipo. A few screws loose in the head, I'm a psycho. Promise you the bar just as real as the bike though. Misunderstood, you can call me a typo. I shine hotter than the stars in the night though. Hate the who's, don't give me a title. Flipping an asset, so I don't worry the price though. Got scratched like mine, no, leave it to the tribal. I ain't even trying to try though. I could do this with my eyes closed. If I got nothing on my goals, my girl ain't plastic, she don't even recycle.
So, I mean, these cool designs that you create. This is something that the pro teams have done. Obviously, there's pro shops within the games themselves for Rocket League. And for me, seeing these designs are super cool because it's not the easiest tool to use, to be honest, to get these designs out. And yet the creativity and execution is pretty cool.
It's impressive. I mean, sometimes some of the designs, I'm like, how did that even happen? How do they come up with this with a blank, blank car at first?
Yeah.
And then you see what, these guys can make, and it's just unreal.
Yeah, that Providence car. Yeah, listen, the game didn't go as planned, but I was looking for something to hype myself up about, and that car was it, man.
I was going to say, if it's in the store, you're going to probably buy that one, right?
100%. I would support it. Find a way. Listen, Psyonix, if you're listening, I'm just kidding. I can't make that claim.
Put it in.
Psyonix, if you're listening, we love you. Thank you for creating such a great game. Also, speaking of which, great games coming up again throughout the entirety of this broadcast, so I'm excited for that. If you're just joining us here on the A stream, there's actually another stream that you can go to and tune in as well, where they have the same thing going on, right? It's just more high schools, more action. We call it the B stream, but I know sometimes it gets a negative connotation, like these are maybe the second tier games.
That's not the case.
That's not the case. B stream is just as awesome as the A stream.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, you'll see these teams that are on the A stream possibly on B stream next week. So we really don't know, until it happens, who's going to be on the A and B. Like you said, it's not a downgrade on the B stream. They're just as great.
You can find that at twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B is what you're looking for. So twitch.tv/CMS Esports League B. I also have some of my friends over there, my casting friends, my buddies. Hail Monkey Man, a longtime friend of mine, also has run the Charlotte Phoenix RLCS streams with me. So a procaster in his own rights, hanging out with Mr. Bebic, who we got to see last week as well. Also runs RLCS casting too. Some procasters on the other side of things too.
Yeah, he was asking about my name earlier before we got this stream startup. He was like, is it a 3-for-1 or 2-for-1? I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, your name, discounts. And I was like, oh, man, it's been a long one.
Great sense of humor, number one.
For
great
sure.
commentary as well. And plus, of course, they've got some pretty awesome matchups. For example, Eastmac and Butler is coming up in just a little bit on that channel, too. And that one's pretty dead even. These teams have been, obviously relatively new here, but they definitely, have that skill level. We love to see teams that are still trying to find their way. But also at the same time being at that same level where both teams are basically have that same experience, and it's not top tier per se from a rank perspective, but they pour their hearts out. It can be almost more entertaining than we see in the RLCS.
That's kind of how I feel. It's like you got new schools now in season 1.
Yeah.
So we got so much to talk about and think about. We have basically teams that are creating storylines. And then we also have teams that already played in Season 0 that we already have storylines for. And when we have, Skimmit, who was on UNC Charlotte Engineering, close. But Charlotte Engineering, and then now is on South Mech.
Yeah, South Mech now.
So that's already a story in itself. And then we have other players who are just now new going into the season, and I like to just get familiar with these players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that move for South Mech was awesome. Relatively, new to the scene in Rocket League, so we'll be seeing a lot of that feeling out process, not only with the other team, but also kind of battling their own demons, trying to figure out the game as a whole, trying to figure out their mechanics, the skills, how are they able to really improve as players, and it all comes down to the fundamentals.
Yeah, and we got to see, Charlotte Engineering to be able to. They lost 1-3 against was it Huff?
Yeah.
So
it
they
was
lost
tough.
against Huff, and then we had North Mech who didn't get to play last week. But so that kind of gives you a question mark. How is this game gonna go?
Yeah, you really cannot determine right off the bat, and so it'll take a few games to kind of figure out where they truly will stand over time. But that game number 1 is ever so important, right? You
Yes.
get off to the hot start number 1 in a best of 5 that could, not even last too long, especially in the eyes of if one team is able to take control. You got to battle back. It's got to be quick, because if one team's running out to a giant lead, it's going to make it even more insurmountable when you're also fighting your struggles of how do I improve as a player.
And for me, it's like you look back. Charlotte Engineering already played last week, so you're like, well, they kind of, even though they lost, they're thirsty for that win. Obviously, and North Meg hasn't got to play yet, so I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to come out of the gates kind of nervous, or are they ready to go against Charlotte Engineering?
Right, exactly. I know, Charlotte Engineering got the taste of the 3v3 live time real feels of Wednesday Night Lights for North Mech. Remember, they had that show match, the 2v2 show match against CLT Virtual. That's still not the same vibe.
It's not.
And that's, I think, what you're getting at there is you don't have that same feeling, right?
Yeah.
Moving into this 3v3 battle.
Yeah, that was the exhibition we did at the very end of that stream. The 2v2s, we saw how different it was. One person commits, you only have one person back, right? So if a double commit comes, then you're kind of done for if it doesn't work out your way. So, it's a little bit different when you have one extra player, or I guess 2 extra players in the match.
Yeah, it's so difficult to, to be put in the spotlight, to be put on the stream and still determining, well, should we play this like it's a 3v3, like we could commit? So that way, when we come into the next week, maybe we've determined that that's the way that we want to play, or maybe you can kind of build your skills or thinking in that 3v3 standpoint. But you're right, it's a totally different game than a 2v2 situation here. And so, again, we'll start up this match here momentarily. In the meantime, we want to see who you're cheering for, too. If you're here on the A channel and ready for a little bit more Rocket League action, we want to hear you, number 1, and we want to know who you're supporting here, too, whether you go to the school, whether you just tuned in for the first time and are trying to figure out what is it that we're doing here in the first place. We want to see who you're supporting here tonight.
Absolutely. Let's see who we're going for. I mean, I think this is going to be a good one. Any players you want to highlight in this game, going forward?
Well, we have to, when we talk about Charlotte Engineering, who fills the role of Skimmit, right? It's very difficult.
That's a hard shoe to fill, Bear.
I'm telling you. If anybody can, it would be TSI. He's got a lot of experience here. When we talk about Rocket League, at the Diamond 2 level, it's a lot more than you'll see within this game. So keep an eye on that, because one of 2 things can happen. Whether TSI can take this game by storm and absolutely run it, to North Mech, kind of, have that Skimmit feel of, he had to kind of help out his teammates in a large way. A majority of last season, TSI going to have that same task, and as a Diamond 2, it can be a little bit more difficult to do it. You don't want to play down to your opponent. That could be a struggle right off the bat that we're looking for.
Yeah, definitely don't want to see playing down, but you see it a lot, though. It happens, and it's one of those things is where, Diamond 2, no one is that rank. Everyone else is basically unranked. We're not really sure, and it's kind of tough. And if you're North Mech, do you take him out? Is that your goal? Take him out of the play? That's what I would do if I was North Mech.
Yeah, exactly right. We want to let you know we're going to move on to the next one. Next match will be South Mech facing off with Myers Park. So again, that's one of those matches that we said we're talking about the excitement of it here. So we'll get to see a sneak peek of that. Originally scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that battle is going to be pretty close too. And in fact, obviously the following match featuring Skimmit.
That's what I was about to say.
I saw the smile coming over my way.
I'm looking down at that stat sheet. I know who's on that roster. We just literally talked about.
and against a difficult team like Ardrey-Kell.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost 1-3. They took a game from Ardrey-Kell. That's no sleeper team by any means. Skimmett was sharing the rock too, right? Tossing around. Everybody got involved on just about every play, and that's one thing I want to highlight as you watch South Mac compete is their ability to really share the ball and make plays happen.
And to highlight that game too, I mean, like what I was saying, Blasky was sweating back there.
Yeah,
I mean, that was the thing. Skimmett, I mean, even though it says 1-3, those games were kind of tight. And we already saw what Ardrey-Kell can do already in game 1. So, if South Mech is over here putting up at least one game in a best-of-5 against Ardrey-Kell, that's going to be a tough one.
It will be for sure. And so, coming in, these two teams, South Mech and Myers Park, they're both coached by the same coach. We got Ravage coming in and coaching both. So it kind of begs you the question here. I want to kind of pick your brain here. We have a team in South Mech where coming in, their ranks is sitting around the GC1 level to some degree. And in fact, see Hercules up there as well. And you have Myers Park at the Champ 1 level. So a bit of a difference. It should be tilting in the way of South Mech on paper. How do you as a coach feel about this? Because you're coaching both sides. It's like, what if the upset happens? Are you proud of the team that's came out of nowhere and was able to beat your team? It's all about performance.
I think it's perspective. Do you think it's a win-win or a lose-lose? Because even though if you see the upset happen, then you're going to go up to South Mech and say, Skimmett, what happened, what's going on. But then on the other hand, you're congratulating 3 Champ 1 players for taking out a great squad. So yeah, I'm curious to see what his thoughts are after this match.
Yeah, you say it's a win-win or a lose-lose. It's a win-lose, because
win-lose.
You know what I'm saying?
That's facts.
If
you want to be literal.
Yeah, exactly. That's me. Play by play, you'll always catch me being like that. So imagine. No, I'm just I'm saying Ravage can be proud either way. I feel like if it's a tight match, number one for Myers Park, getting that experience is number one. But also I'm kind of wondering, do you scrim the two teams together? Does it help the Champ 1 team? Yes. In Myers Park, yes. For South Mech, does it bring them down a little bit, or do you think it's just like a good practice no matter what?
I think it comes to like what you were just saying earlier, playing down to someone's level. We've seen that happen in the past, and you don't want to see that if you're the top team, obviously.
Right.
If you're on the bottom team, you're like, hey, we're playing well, right? They might be playing down to us, but we're still competing. So I think it all just depends if they play down to someone's level, and that all just depends on the team. Comms and making sure everyone's still going, doing their best.
Sure. For my take, along the same lines, but I would say that rank isn't everything, right? Looking at this matchup on paper, I think South Mech does walk away with a win, so it does matter to a certain high degree in this case when there's a gap, but it's not everything, right? It's all about mentality coming in. It's how do we grow, and this is just like them coming into the season, right? They might have made improvements, especially playing with one another on a regular basis. Grinding ranked was probably the way to go, especially when you're already close and rank yourselves, right? At Champ 1 level, you hop into those lobbies, suddenly before you know it, a team that you actually play with over and over again, you'll start to see those improvements way quicker than if you just solo queue.
Absolutely. But one thing you gotta, we always talk, always talk about Skimmett on South Mech, but also on that same side, Peyton. He has stepped up for that team, and that is one player I feel like you got to highlight. Other than Skimmett, obviously, on South Mech, I feel like he's going to be a playmaker. So if Myers Park can just come out of the gate hot, I think this game could get close. But like you said, I'm leaning South Mech, but it's easy to say because of the players that they have.
Yeah, and I'm part of the caster for the NECC, which is a collegiate conference that runs leagues for the college teams that come through. And one of the things that we discuss pretty frequently, because it really matters, is we said age isn't equivalent to skill. Like as you go up, it's not a positive correlation with age to skill level. But what it does indicate to me is it could be a more mature overall mindset. And so you have a couple of seniors on the side of Myers Park, and I think that's maybe one of the places where you can catch an edge here for Myers Park, is having that experience. Now a couple of juniors for South Mech, including Skimmett, by the way. So you still have a little bit of that lesson learning. Both teams feature a freshman, though. So how involved can you get that freshman, in that mindset going in? This is a high school team. You're playing with the seniors. You're playing with the juniors, right?
I do like that take because, like you said, you're a little bit older. you can play a little bit patient, a little bit smarter, right? I mean, not always. It all just depends on who it is, right?
Sure.
But I feel like sometimes when you're young, you just want to get in there and get it, right? You're aggressive, you play whatever, you know. But I feel like just depending on the knowledge, maturity of these players, yeah, I mean, will the strategy come in?
That's right, man. We
brain
have
power.
Exactly, the brain power, brain blast, as they used to say it on a certain show that I should mention, due to copyright things. But anyways,
that was a good show, though.
It was such a good. You know exactly what I'm talking
I got
about.
you.
All of you youngsters, like
they
the
probably don't even know what they're
ninth
talking
grader,
about.
Even the seniors probably don't even know at this point.
Let
But
us know in the chat.
I digress. Yeah, let us know how
we won't
old,
say it.
Let
though.
us know how old we are in chat. That's a great idea. Well, we've got more to discuss about South Mech and Myers Park, but we're going to take a quick break before we get things going. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the CMS League. welcome back to the CMS League again alongside Discounts. My name is Bearlight. We've got our next matchup ready to go. It is South Mech facing off with Myers Park for this one. Like we mentioned, Skimmit is a part of this one. So who's the one that's going to eliminate him from conversation when we talk about Myers Park? I mean, you have to have somebody at some point.
Someone. So, this one's going to be tough because they're all literally the same rank.
Yep.
So I feel like any of these guys can step up, but whose night is it, right? Yeah. I mean, so that's a question mark for me. Who do you think?
Man, that's so tough. I mean, Zowler comes to mind as far as one of those leaders go. You know, the 9th grader coming in, which is funny. You know, you talk about that, but the skill level's there. The fresh, that energy that we talked about, that you talked about, is definitely going to come in handy, right? Because you know the speed of Skimmit is just unreal. So to have to match that energy is something that you need, and maybe you get some energy out of the freshman.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a perfect lineup. I mean, you have 2 12th graders trying to coach also with a 9th grader. Let him play aggressive. Let him go out and do his thing. And you just, you know, if he's going a little bit too much, get him back, bring him back in. But
reel him in.
Yeah, reel him back in because, you know, obviously you want to work together and everything and make everything click. Yeah, I'm very curious to see if Zowler can ball, especially being a 9th grader showing up here in Season 1. That would be great.
Yeah, it would be the story for sure. Again, we have a freshman across the other side too, right? See Hercules coming in and improved that he can definitely hang as well. I mean, his defense was on point, and you talk about how the seniors might be holding back for Myers Park and letting the freshmen go out. I thought it was C Hercules holding it down on the defensive side and really playing smart as a whole here for South Mech.
We've seen a lot of you know, saves by him. I mean, that whole South Mech team. They can play, and it's really anyone's game when it comes to Skimmit, Peyton, and C Hercules. Obviously, Skimmit has been the top guy, but let's get in here. C Hercules, as you just said, the 9th grader puts it in the very first second. Bear, there's only 1 second off this game in game 1, and look at it.
My goodness, so quick right off the bat here. So now you see just how effective the South Mech team can be. It wasn't just Skimmit last week. It won't be him alone again this week either. As Peyton tried to get to that one too. You'll see Skimmit around the ball. Freshman Zowler trying to challenge that, but see Hercules, what a save! The recovery there from Crow, able to get back and make it.
Wow, and now they're on the offense, but Peyton's gonna cut this one off. Great play, great cutoff here on the 50. See if he's going to be able to get this one across his goal. Not able to do so, but Skimmit is there, able to get one across, but great defense right now by Myers Park.
Yeah, ICU able to keep it. And now Crow with the big clear. So Crow came up with a huge save. Looked a little bit out of position there for a moment, but was able to really gather the troops, hang in there, find the rotation yet again, and should be on this next challenge, trying to take it away from C Hercules before they can get to it. The shot's on target, and Skimmit needs to make it, and looked pretty easy for what it was. He is now able to settle back down and try to challenge, but bombs on the other way, and Crow is going to be bested with the 50-50. Those mistakes are going to add up for you through Myers Park.
Yeah, watch this again as Skimmit is dribbling through. ICU just pops his teammate, and Crone not able to get that save because Skimmit's going to be able to double touch that one. But yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to have those mess ups this early. But one thing I will highlight, Zowler is trying to go for demos on Skimmit, and I love to see it.
Yeah, that's a smart strategy for sure. I mean, you know, when you're not exactly playing too clean of a rotation early, one of the ways that you can really crank things up is to try to eliminate those players on the other side. But unfortunately for them, there is no end in sight, as C Hercules able to add another one as this ball just loose out from the defense, and ICU couldn't quite get the read, neither could Grow.
Yeah, C Hercules must have heard our you know, pre-game talk, because he is now popping off. He says, hey, why are they talking about these other guys and not me? And now let me give them something to talk about.
Yeah, it's for sure come up big in a few occasions. Skimmit now, well, the chance to really trust in his teammates. You brought that up last time around. It's been very accurate. Look at ICU coming back out here at Myers Park. It's their first goal, and it wasn't one of those gimmies from South Mech, a mistake or anything. He created his own chance in that instance.
I mean, took basically the ball off of Skimmit off the corner and then able to put it right in Peyton's face, basically.
But I see you.
We see you.
We see you, indeed. Hercules back on it here for South Mech. looking to build on the lead as far as Myers Park goes. They are able to get their first one in the match and trying to build off of that too as they establish a little bit of offensive presence. But see, Hercules had enough of Crow making it difficult for them. And it back the other way, good passing play. This one up the back wall, skim it, good adjustment to try to play it back down to Peyton. But ICU saw it all the way. And now we'll hang back for it. Couple of touches and skim it. Now he'll chip it, try to chip it across to where Peyton's waiting for it. Could not get the shot off. And now this one will hang at center.
Yeah, and he's got it if he can just take control. Right now, see Hercules making it a, you know, just a tough play and able to get this one back in their school's favor.
Peyton has been one of the streaky players. Look at that touch again. I was just about to talk about the mistake that he had earlier in this game, and he made up for it. So now you'll get him moving in the right direction too, and this team will be unstoppable.
Yeah, great heads-up play there. He knew that ball was coming across. He was honestly trying to get back, and then he just saw the ball there. He's like, why don't I give it a little touch, a little flipperoo, and put it in there for his squad.
Those redirects are smart. I mean, we see them all the time. Here's another goal here from Sea Hercules, but I mean, you know that being in front of the net, sometimes you don't have to rotate out directly in the 3v3 environments. You can kind of, you know, cause a little bit of chaos. Those redirects do work because the defense thinks it's going one way, taps the other way, and suddenly you're scratching your head. How did that go up against us? And now, before you know it, you blink, and another one's in the net here for South Mech. And for some reason, it just feels like maybe that's how the series might go. Although that one finds its way through. That ball had eyes. It's ICU able to get his second of the game.
Bear, you look back at it and you think about it. Sea Hercules made 2 goals off of the kickoff. If, you know, if Myers Park could have just held that, we have a game.
Yeah, exactly.
We still got plenty of time. I'm not saying it's over, but I'm just saying it was a lot tighter of a game than what it could be.
For sure. I think that's a big difference between, you know, the level that South Mech is at and Myers Park. And when we talk about rank and experience in the game, the amount of hours that they put into this game, and that's one of those things. You just clean up the mistake, and typically, you know, at that level, you can kind of hang with them. But at the same time, every mistake you make is going to be found here from South Mech. This time, skim it back on the board.
Yeah, South Mech is definitely wanting that win. You know, they want to be back in the win column. You know, they had a tough, very tough matchup last week against Ardrikel. Obviously, you know, they're just here to improve, and they're showing us that they've definitely improved over from last week.
Now they're going to try challenges too. Myers Park, a couple of crucial touches there from Skimmett, who will also bump off Saller, who was trying to give him some issues.
Yeah.
And see Hercules allow the chance to just jump up in the slot. Free as day, able to toss that one to the back of the net.
Big play by Skimmett, just clearing the way for him. Just have a wide open shot. That's a great team play right there.
So now you'll see as South Mech has kind of laid it on a little bit. It's kind of a little bit about what you'd expect. I imagine that Myers Park isn't feeling too great about this. I know they got a couple of goals against a very solid defense. So you take your wins where they are, but you also want to kind of cause a little bit more chaos.
Okay.
If anybody's doing it, we said, who's the one that's going to step up for Myers Park? Right now, it's ICU.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the hat trick. Already 3 goals here, and, you know, all 3 for his team. Great play right on the top of Sea Hercules, and able to get his team, you know, a little bit closer.
Yeah, why not go towards the freshman, right? Sea Hercules has had an outstanding game number 1. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes, you know, that's who you want to target is some of those, you know, younger players who are still trying to find a little bit of confidence in their play. The skill might be there, but the confidence you're trying to maybe get in their heads in that way. Skim it! It's an incredible goal from the left side and in. Wow, what a shot! As ICU try to clear it, and Skimmett does the rest.
Watch this double touch. Crow was trying to get there, not able to. Skimmett knows where to place that ball, Bear.
Oh, yeah. He's got eyes on it, on the target, and knew the only place it would go is far side. So to get a double touch in general is very difficult for those of you who don't really know the game of Rocket League that well. Now to get it to exactly where you want it to go, even more difficult because you have to plan in advance. You have to have the execution, the amount of boost, the air roll necessary in order to hit it with the velocity that you want, but also at the angle that you want to. A lot went into that goal there for Skimmett, and one of the reasons why he's most dynamic player here in the league is he's able to launch another one, but Crow comes up with a big save.
Yeah, you saw that. He was just rotating back, but you know, they play so well together. That was a pass. That was a great pass, and Skimmett almost put it in.
And he has been great. Now playing right back out here, trying to find Peyton with it. demo will work, I suppose, as Crow continues the defensive prowess. Obviously, it's not something you commonly say after surrendering 8 goals to your opponents, but if anybody's going to pull through here, again, Crow on the defensive side has been great. ICU has gotten the goals. Now if they can just find a little bit of both, right? A few more two-way players would definitely do a lot of favors for Myers Park.
Great play there by Crow, able to get this play. Watch this one again as he takes it off the side wall, air dribbles, get on top, and able to make this touch last minute, or last second, right in front of Peyton as well.
Yeah, Crow making a name for themselves offensively too. That was a ceiling shot, back down, able to get another flip and then flip it past the last defender and have the control necessary in order to get it. That was a highlight reel goal.
Yeah, and like I said, you take away a couple of those, kickoff goals, and we're a little bit closer. So I'm excited to see also game 2 how they start out, because you really just don't want South Mech to be ahead the whole game. Kind of, you don't want to be playing chase is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, especially when we've seen a couple of plays that have been very favorable in the eyes of Myers Park, and a couple of opportunities late that they weren't able to capitalize on too. Could have made a little bit of that difference too. So I don't think this series is nearly over quite yet, but definitely a strong start from South Mech as they do South Mech things, right? Skimmett, Peyton involved. C Hercules had a big game there too. Skimmett with the hat trick, but C Hercules able to one-up with that 4-goal performance.
A ton of goals. I mean, at least 14 for South Mech. So if they can keep on putting those shots down, I mean, it's going to be tough for Myers Park to get back in it.
All right, well, we have another STEM matchup coming up, and it won't be these two that you're seeing on the esports side, but we will check out our first submission. It's going to be from Charlotte Engineering Early College. Let's check out what Charlotte Engineering put together for their Week 2 performance.
Hello and welcome to the Seek Project Week 2 overview. This week we will be giving you a first look at our prototypes and our vision of what our app will be. Our main goals are to make a fully functional app that is user-friendly and will teach users about the many benefits of clean energy. Here we have our sprites. Our team started by creating sprites that will help enhance the user interface for our app, making it visually appealing and easy to use. Here are some of the sprites we've created. These sprites and many others soon to come will be one of the most important parts of the design process. When we finish the app and we put together all necessary components, it should look something like this, a neat and easily understandable display for easy access for users. Now here we present to you the prototype to our app, Clean Town.
One thing that I noticed was the presentation had subtitles, which are a little distracting with the big size and font size, but it's something we haven't seen before. It allowed me to, in my bad hearing, to see the rest of it, so love to see that. Well, South Mech came out with a 1-0 lead, but it's going to be equalized by no other than, guess who? It's ICU yet again.
Yeah, great play. They got the stale and then able to cross him up right there. Crossed up C Hercules. I mean, there's nothing really. He was the last line of defense right there. It's just, a 50-50 chance. He was going to go left or right, and ICU picked the right way.
It's funny because, they looked like two legs out there, Zaller and ICU, and they crossed over a little bit, so it kind of faked out the defender there and C Hercules, the last man back. But Skimmett, never happy with being tied, always wants to have that lead, right? And so you see him go right back to work. Although it's C Hercules able to fight off ICU to give a chance to Peyton out there. The shot, what a save! ICU able to come up big there.
He's doing it all, Bear. He got the offense, got the defense. He can do it all. And like you said, Skimmett doesn't like to be down, but right now, I mean, Myers Myers Park giving them a run.
Absolutely is, because I said two-way players, right? And they both have stepped up. ICU, we've seen a couple, obviously plenty of goal scoring right now. Defense has stepped up too. Crow, we've seen in both sides as well. And Zaller's still trying to, figure out his play style too, as he's got the next touch to try to challenge through. It's definitely an improvement and a step forward for Myers Park.
Yeah, now Skimmett, who has the ball, air dribbling. You already know what he's up to as he tries to put one in, but guess who it is? ICU right here for the save.
Again, now here's Zaller on it. Could not quite get the touch. A little bit awkward, but he came back down, made the adjustment appropriate in order to get a touch. So making something out of nothing, but now Skimmett back the other way. He's got C. Hercules a little bit too far over his head there to handle. Let's play it right back towards the corner. Zaller does a great job to keep it away from two now. Skimmett, the last man back though, and if you want anybody back, it's got to be him. He floats it over high. Crow couldn't get to it. Zaller with the last second save to get out from the backside of that box, and Crow to clear.
Yeah, Myers Park playing phenomenal right now. They need to keep it up, get a goal right here, and see if they can hold the lead.
Flip reset will push past two members of the opposition there for Skimmett. Zaller is so quick to get back in rotation, though. It almost felt like he wasn't there, but he's out now as they bait him into the corner, and then see Hercules free there in the box. And free running means 2-1 here for South Mech.
Yeah, Skimmett with that nice touch. See Hercules just wide open goal. Gotta love it. Skimmett setting them up.
Excellent work together in order to push that one forward. Skimmett with a few touches early to kind of put them on their heels, and Myers Park started to doubt their rotations. Almost got another one they do. It'll be Peyton yet again here. Careful if you're Myers Park. The last thing you need is to surrender multiple goals back to back.
And it's those kickoff goals. They've been playing really well right off kickoff, and that's one thing that, you got to give it to South Mech. That is a team who has been scoring right off kickoff.
And that means that you're taking every single opportunity. If the kickoff, is going to favor us if we find ways to create chances off the kickoff too. I mean, there are plenty of drawn-up plays that they've been able to accomplish. Almost got another one there too. Every opportunity. South Mech is ready for it, but also their execution to that level where they're able to make Myers Park pay. And I see you going backwards with that one. Luckily for him, he's got Crow to bail it out.
Yeah, Crow being there was big right there, because that could have been a very bad, outcome for Myers Park.
Now sitting back down is C. Hercules. Peyton able to laser one top shell, but Crow's ready for it. Now C. Hercules back on. He tries to use the back wall to get past Crow, but he's got a good touch. It's Peyton. Now will launch it. Skimmett was able to read it too. The race to the boost on the other side. That'll leave it into a 2v2 situation where skill typically wins out. But in this case, it'll be Myers Park trying to backtrack. He can't get to it. Peyton able to make it 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking back at that, just last minute, I mean, every touch, and this is from both teams, were very intentional. And you see, in other games that people are just hitting the ball, just hit the ball.
Yeah.
And not with these two teams. They know where this ball is going. They know who's going to be on the return, and that's why you see some phenomenal plays, because they're already expecting the ball to be up in the air, in these situations.
Now see Hercules able to tap it back down, try to get that second touch, Skimmett to follow up, and that's who you want to be there. As you see all three members, I mean, just anybody could get a touch there. Myers Park was just so far away. Rather than getting boost or being pulled out of position, see Hercules allowed the free chance there. So Myers Park now starting to doubt, their mindset. Are they able to get back in this one? It's starting to seem like South Mech is going to run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, see Hercules talking about stepping up for his team. I mean, I feel like a lot of times it's very easy to get outshined by, someone like Skimmett. But, right now, see Hercules has been the name.
Yeah, it's been for sure. I mean, if anybody's standing out right now overall, I know you mentioned Peyton last time, came out with some big moments there, but I think Peyton's still kind of battling a little bit of inconsistencies in his own rights. Very good player, yes, and does shine in certain opportunities.
Oh my
but the man that we're talking about right now, and I think we did the same thing last week. We're like, okay, see Hercules,
right?
You're definitely one that we're watching. Again, a 6-1 count here.
Yeah, and indeed, just to impress us each and every week so far, 2 for 2.
Yeah, man. Oh, he's trying to make it 8 for 8. Imagine.
I know, right?
I mean, season now with
I could see it. I mean, him, Peyton, also, like you said, consistency. There you go, Crow trying to answer it back. But yeah, I mean, all three of these players can easily, just shine each and every week.
Yeah, South Mech again, looking to push that 1-1 count. It's a little bit different seeing Myers Park at a 1-0 season currently after week 1. South Mech the 0-1. Obviously, it's a difference of who lines up across the way.
Yes.
These kind of games, these must-win matches from South Mech are going to be huge, right, to pull these off. And right now, they've set themselves up for success. They haven't won this series yet. This will only be 2 out of the 3 necessary in order to win this match against Myers Park. But these must-wins, they're looking very strong in those, and that gives you the best chance to go back against an Ardrey and say, hey, we got this now.
Yeah, ball's there for a while, and finally Peyton puts it in there, gets his hat trick as, you know, that ball just was trying to hang around. Peyton was the first one to go up and was able to hit a U-turn in the goal and then still somehow make it.
It's like you get tripped up in the box in soccer, and then you're just able to just jump back up and to your feet and run an extra 30 yards or 10 yards and get to it. But listen, it worked out for him here in this instance. South Mech continues their prowess. This one's high. Skim is trying to read it off the ceiling and almost did. Trying to put up highlights at this point. And ICU's been a little bit quiet here. It's been beat to a lot of situational plays here. I'd like to see him get back on track before this one's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just, this game was just dominated, you know, compared to the last one. We saw a little bit, I think South Mech is just picking it up here in game 2.
Yeah, we saw at least a little bit of an answer back from Myers Park. You know, in the last one, this one maybe not to be here. As Skimmett will have the last possession, just gonna pop it high here. Keep it up, because why not? It's rule 0 or rule 1, I guess, of Rocket League, whichever one you prefer calling it. Don't let the ball touch the ground, right, at the very end. So, it's been since the beginning of time, since 2015 when the game was released. South Mech is your winners here in this one, game number 2. So they'll have one more game to close out, and when C Hercules is scoring 4 goals, and then you have even Peyton stepping up with the hat trick there, yeah, you're looking pretty good.
15 shots, Bear.
Yeah.
15 shots, wild. And 5 from each player. Yeah. This is kind of wild, man.
It's such a balanced attack overall. Well, we have Charlotte Engineering's opponents here for the STEM Challenge, as we'll bring up the video now for South Mech. Check out what they were able to put together for their app.
Hello, my name is Rory Bone, and I am representing the South Mech STEM team for week 2. So, in this week, we had to design a UI, and this is the UI concept that I came up with. I took heavy inspiration from Duolingo, which is one of the biggest educational apps on the App Store right now. And so our first page looks a lot like theirs. I believe this pathway style is very effective and very encouraging for users to continue learning to progress on the pathway. So our pathway has different shapes representing different learning experiences. So some of these can just be like articles, some of them can be videos, some of them could be interactive videos or interactive lessons. But also we also have this profile tab in the bottom right, and this you can access how far you are along with learning, and also you could unlock some achievements. But I think what could really be revolutionary for our app is connecting to student resources like Canvas or Google Classroom so that teachers can integrate our app into their lessons with teaching kids about clean energy. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Back into the action here. That's a mission, I mean, you get the visual example, but stayed on the same screen the entire time.
Yeah, nothing really changed much on it, but
let's give it up for this one. As all 3 members up, as C Hercules there to join and still get the goal there. So passing in the air, bit of freestyling as we call it in the game of Rocket League, and they're up 2-0.
Yeah, and Skimmett was the one to make the first goal, and you see C Hercules hit the second one in already. I mean, this could be already, you know, not much time has gone by, and already 2 goals here for South Mech. You just see him to keep pouring it on.
There's a thing called game theory where it's like, you know, there's different opportunities or different ways that you can reach certain goals. There was 2 instances, maybe even 3 instances where they could score that last opportunity where Skimmett was in the air. He had the flip reset, so he was trying to touch it himself, and then had C Hercules already up for it. There's 2 opportunities for them to score, and they're still able to pull it off. It didn't detract them from the goal and the mission, which is score goals, which is what they're doing. They're up 3-0.
Hats off. I mean, hats off to South Mech. If you already have multiple ways of scoring in the air and multiple ways of scoring whenever the ball's going in, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I mean, everything, it seems to be at least. There's been a couple opportunities that, they've left on the table, but they've really had to work for it from Myers Park. Unfortunately, when ICU is a little bit off the mark there, that means that'll be even more difficult to try to get it back. I mean, I appreciate the effort here from Myers Park as they continue to try and trap this zone and at least throw a different style at this this dominant South Mech team.
Yeah, and it's funny because you're looking back at Myers Park, that's a great shot right there by Peyton going in. But, they're kind of in the same situation South Mech was in last week. South Mech had to go up against Audrey Kell, top team. They got beat 3-1 in that series.
Yeah.
Now you're looking kind of the flip of the script where Myers Park is kind of feeling that same way that South Mech did when they were facing Audrey Kell.
Again, those tough challenges early in seasons tend to turn it around. For South Mech, this was the matchup where they were able to pop off because this is not going to be one of those sleeper teams. A lot of teams are going to see Myers Park across the pitch and be like, oh my goodness, we have to go up against these talented individuals because they are.
Yes.
It's just a whole different echelon of what we're talking about here with South Mech. I mean, they've been excellent. But ICU, again, with a just incredible goal. I mean, whenever he is mentioned, it's because he's done something huge.
I love it because, they're still fighting, and that's what you can definitely see that they are still at it. The comms are there. They're still trying to just make this a series for us, and we all appreciate that. Obviously, their teammates do as well. I mean, going up against these tough challenge teams, this is where you learn.
Yeah.
It's hard to win, or it's hard to learn from winning. I would say losing is where you learn the most because that's when you kind of look back. Look, what happened? You don't really see that whenever you do win. Is what happened? How did we win? No, it's usually the opposite.
Yeah, more ways to kind of look at it, more ways to come up with maybe some of the holes that you can fill in, the gaps that you can fill in too. One of the things was goal scoring, like from Myers Park, because South Mech has been just so dominant and shutting them down. The defense so strong. They found ways. It's again. Game number 3 here, that's the second goal for them here recently, and so trying to maybe find those unique ways around, and unfortunately for them, Skimmett will get back on the board yet again.
Unbelievable, just the touch, every touch for him is just precise, and you see it again, look at that, just that one little touch was able just to get it over ICU, and ICU is a great defender, great player overall, but Skimmett making him look kind of funny.
Yeah, that last little corkscrew held his second jump, aka the flip jump, if you will, at the very last second in order to propel it to the front of his car so that he could get some extra distance on it, the distance that he needed. Otherwise, he would have fell right into the hands of the defense. But again, that's the learning experience for Myers Park, too, to know that Skimmett has that in his repertoire and be able to cut it off the next time he might be able to do it. But, I mean, Skimmett just controls games and just continues to be a menace here in this league.
He clocked in here on Wednesday Night Lights, and that is a fact as you watch him once again put up another and another and another. I mean, that is just Skimmett. I mean, the legacy lives on.
He continues to impress. 6-2 now the count here, and it looks like it will be South Mech to close out here, barring a miracle on the other side here for Myers Park. And where does that leave you as the coach here? As Ravage, you coach both of these teams, and now you see a dominant performance here from South Mech, Myers Park. I think we've seen good things both ways. This might actually be the best outcome in the coach's eyes, at least.
I agree, and you know how I said it was a win-win, lose-lose? I think it's a win-win for him right now, because if I'm coach, his other team, Myers Park is fighting. They're battling with this South Mech squad, and obviously South Mech is doing their thing. So, I really do think it's a win-win situation for Coach Ravage.
Yeah, I typically don't do this at a 7-2 count, but I do want to kind of call out that last play there. See Hercules with that touch. Bit of a jump to the wall, a wave dash on the wall, if you will, in order to get that pass across, landed at the exact right moment to pop it across the Skimmett, and Skimmett was able to just bounce that one around, pinball, because of it just brute force into that top corner. Everything about this team just continues to click here, and even that touch away from Skimmett where Crow was sure to put that in the back of the net, not when you're playing
That's
South
what I'm
Mech.
saying. Any other team, that is a dunk. So it's like, you don't want to give any, you don't want to basically count out Myers Park. If I'm watching this game and I'm, another high school watching this, don't count out Myers Park. They are putting up some crazy shots. A lot of things are just getting blocked like that right there by Skimmett.
For me, I think South Mac hops into the equation of top 3, and that's weird because they're going to be 1-1 on this season, but that's how dynamic this team is. I think there's been great things out of Myers Park, but the great teams beat the good teams, and that's what we had here with South Mac and their ability to close out against Myers Park. I know a minute left here. We'll see if they can at least get a couple more goals. I'd like to see out of Myers Park here and really figure it out, especially for Zaller, who hasn't quite been able to get on the board yet, but it continues to just be a struggle whenever the offensive presence from South Mac continues. Just offensive time. Offensive zone time has been very favorable, probably in the 75 to 25% realm.
I really think by the end of this season, you know, you want to do that rematch from South Mech and Audrey Kell. I just want to see how far off is that going to be, because, you know, they put up a fight in that series. It was 3-1. I really think they could get it within, you know, a 2-3 series.
Like you mentioned, I mean both games that they dropped, or, you know, 2 out of the 3 could have gone the other way. No doubt in my mind. There is one that perhaps Arthur Kell was the better team. I think that was game 1.
Game 1,
actually, yeah.
And that's shaky jitters, right? I mean, that's one of those things where, you know, that's the first game of the season. So you definitely got a little bit of extra jitters,
Yeah,
right?
plus you're thinking about, you know, Arthur Kell winning the league last season, right? And so you have that in your mind going into week 1. And then you're like, your expectations almost got the best of you. You weren't able to quite reach what you thought was out of reach. And then you figure it out after that game 2. We can actually dominate. They beat that Arthur Kell team 6-1, I believe, in that game 2.
I can't wait till playoffs. That's all I'm going to say, because I know teams like that. As a great play right there by Craig, just put it in himself.
Skim it with a great angle.
Let's watch this again as let's see if he can put it in his own net right here.
Skim it. Look at him go.
He said, "I'll score for everybody."
0 seconds left. Why not? You know?
Hey, it gives Crow a little pat stat, right? Pat the stats.
Exactly. Crow, I mean, did plenty of goals himself, or had plenty of goals himself, and a lot of defensive plays to shine on, but he'll definitely take an extra one. Why not with the 2 goals? But, I mean, 5 goals on the other side for Skimmett, so he absolutely popped up as well.
And 9 shots for him alone.
That's
so that
wild,
was crazy out of everybody.
That's so wild. That's so crazy. Well, we now have the judging of the Stim side that we just saw, so it'll be South Mech, or will it be again, Charlotte Engineering, who came in and were trying to show off they were on the STEM side. I thought they did great, so we'll see if it holds up. Check out the judges right now.
Okay, back into the varsity STEM action. These 2 teams, Engineering and South Mech, really, again, press the envelope. And a reminder, this is not the game dev, but the app dev stream that they are competing in. Their week 2 curriculum that they have now all gone through was about showcasing their apps to us. Last week they showed us the idea. This week they showed us the core screens that demonstrate how the app's going to look and theoretically function using that Figma tool. I really believe here that on the engineering side, teaching students about how to save money with the clean energy on the home ownership side, very cool. The only reason that I'm saying that out loud is because I remember it from week 1. They have to recap what it was they were doing. I literally, when I watched that video, had to remind myself that this wasn't a game. It was actually an app that they've gamified. So reminder, a little ding there, reminder to go back and tell us what the whole thing is we're looking at, like it's our first time viewing it. The sprites look great. The high energy of that presentation, really good. And you showed the actual UX. That was a good part of it too. In fact, I love that you've gamified it so much. I thought it was a game and forgot it was an app. On the South Mech, I love the pathway idea. The big question is, you kind of left me wanting to know more of exactly what was happening. What happens when you click in on that screen we saw is the big question. I like the school resource angle. Again, you got to focus in on why someone would play this at a recurring level, not just come in one time because they're your friend and they checked a box. What's going to make that actually usable for folks? Malcolm?
Well, yeah. So I'll tell you what, the Charlotte engineering crew really know how to put together a presentation. I mean, they always have the right music, keeps it fun and engaging. Really cool asset design too. You know, it looks fun and entertaining, and like you would want to spend some time in that app. They feel like they could have shown off some more UI and a more kind of developed concept of their app, you know, given the tools that they had. But overall, I liked it. South Mech, now remember, this is the one where we thought, you know, they're going to market it to 2nd grade to 7th graders or something like that.
Oh, I totally see. Again, another thing I totally forgot, which I thought was really, really powerful.
Yeah, I had to go back and look at my notes from last week to remember that. And I think if they play up to that, this has a really, a lot of potential to market it to parents.
Huge.
Especially, those educational learning pathways, like he said he took from Duolingo. And I know Rory's Heart from South Mech is working really hard on this by himself. He's going to need some support from his fellow esporters and classmates to really get this thing off the ground. So for this week, I'm going to go 1-1 Seek South Mech. What do you think?
That is a good choice there and good points. So that's a tough one now. You put me in a tough spot. I guess I'm going to have to boil it down to 2 points engineering. And I don't want South Mech to get discouraged here because, again, you just reminded me live, real time, what totally hooked me in what they did last time. They've got to start incorporating that and taking it serious. I really think that engineering squad did a great job, but don't sleep on South Mech, but they're going to have to put in the work to really get this app to the next level. And that 2nd to 7th or 8th grade, whatever it was, that market, paired with the resources, if it's something these kids want to play, it has the potential maybe of being the best game in the entire cohort that we're in the middle of right now, but they got to put that work in. So that leaves us at 3 points engineering, 1 point South Mech.
So we have it again. Results are in, and again, just these teams looking to improve themselves, and I thought they did a great job.
Absolutely. I mean, each and every week, hey, they're actually submitting these now.
Yeah.
I mean, season 0 was a whole different story. Now I'm loving to see it.
100%. We have our next matchup ready to go. Ahead of schedule a little bit, we have Harding facing off with West Charlotte. So we're going to take a look at the starting lineups here. Again, like I mentioned here, it was West Charlotte that I was able to coach in season 0. So love to see this team with a chance to really take it to this other 0-1 team in Harding, who comes in with the Fly Person, Logic, and Draghowl. And of course, West Charlotte, my boys.
MTD, Baby Hippo, Malik, and Soul. Yeah, I mean, they're both 0-1. So what are your thoughts on this? I mean, they both played 2 tough teams in week 1.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, we talk about Harding and facing Olympic. That was the top 1 team in my eyes early in the season before they got bested and outed by Ardrey Kellen in really JT Williams was a part of that picture too. I still think that Olympic is their top 3, which makes it difficult, right? And so tough start for Harding, who had to go up against Olympic in the first place. West Charlotte again up against Myers Park. We said there's teams that team will be able to dominate. West Charlotte's, again, they tried to hang around for a little bit, but they were also kind of dealing with a little bit of personnel issues. I know Malik wasn't able to make it, so there's a couple of substitutions in there as well that could have thrown him.
And I feel like it's like I've been saying throughout the stream, it's really tough to really break it down and how these guys are going to be ranked up off of just 1 week. We're here in week 2. I still think even after week 2, we're still going to really not know until, what, a few weeks in, 4 or 5 weeks in, possibly?
That's right. Yeah, and especially when these 2 teams are new, right? With varsity teams, I did coach West Charlotte, but they were trying to feel out, the team as a whole. Can we put together this varsity roster that we have in mind? And I thought they did a great job to at least put together a team that can hang. Definitely a team that has a positive mentality. We'll see if they can carry that in here as well. And if they come in with a squad listed on their roster, I think that's a big thing too. Was Tower Sparky able to gather the troops? I thought they did well in the preseason too. We'll see if it continues here into the regular season into week number 2 as Harding and West Charlotte begin now.
You gotta love it too, because I mean, all these guys are real similar on rank, right? All these guys basically plat, silver, gold level, all around that range, and kind of spread out when it comes to that. So very curious on how they match up.
Yeah, Fly Uncanny, Logic, and Adam are the 3 listed here, and again, they are here in presence. Same with West Charlotte. Malik coming in here. Malik is listed as Dark Space here, so plat threes all around, and a good opportunity for Malik right off the bat. for West Charlotte, this is one of your best opportunities here, right? You have a team, there's no more excuses, right? This is a team that's at your level. We'll see if they can execute.
Yeah, and shouting back out for Malik, I mean, he's also a senior. So,
right.
you know, you got that leadership. That's what we want from him. Let's see if he's going to be able to lead his team to victory this week. I mean, they got to have a winner, right? You know, they both lost week 1. Someone's got to win here in week 2.
That's right. We also, a couple of them part of the swim team too, so very active team from West Charlotte. Harding, again, we can say the same thing with rank, right? Of course, this will be one of your better opportunities to close out games. So how you perform here is really how you're going to be perceived around the league as far as your heart that you put into it right now. And it's been pretty even, just as expected.
Right. I mean, I feel like whoever scores that first goal is going to get that momentum, get good feeling, see if they can just continue to do so. So this first goal is usually a big one here, especially in game 1 where you want to set the tone.
Definitely. And West Charlotte looks to push up. Malik a little bit farther back, but wants to read the play. Adam was able to beat him to it because of it, though. Logic not able to connect. Fly throws him off a little bit, too. Mystical able to get in the equation, too. I didn't talk about Mystical. Again, a player that's put in probably a lot more work than the rest of the team, or at least from what I saw recently, and so trying to get better as well. That's definitely a good combination. What a save from Malik! Man, call him Platinum, call him whatever you want to. That was an incredible save.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think he was going to be able to get there. Somehow able to just pop it up and hit the top backboard and reverse. But look at this right here, Asop trying to get that one in.
No, couldn't quite find the angle, but now you have Mystical right back on it. Confidence at an all-time high, knowing that you have teammates around you who can really hold it together, and Mystical is able to allow that chance to jump out and really cause a little bit of chaos. And for West Charlotte, it almost meant their first lead of the season.
Yeah, still scoreless here. Still 2 minutes left, though, so plenty of time for these teams to work one in. It's back and forth. This is a tennis match.
So now it's Mystical back down the sidewall. It's a foot race as Fly Uncanny tried to beat him too. It's Saab. Tried that difficult angle. Adam didn't want to take any chances there to shield it on that short side post, and Logic will just bang it off the corner in order to get a clear. And Adam with the shot here, Saab able to get the touch, but it's right there in the box. Adam the follow-up, but it'll fall right in the hands of Saab. It's back out, but right in the hands of Fly Uncanny. Malik needs a touch here. What a great touch out to the corner to keep it away here for West Charlotte.
Give it to Harding, though, for even just keep putting on them shots. Eventually, that's going to lead to good things, but no, look at the other side here as West Charlotte puts one in to go ahead here in game 1.
Both teams performing better than we thought coming in, to be quite frank, and these teams are looking strong here. Saab able to get that one to just fall into the box to him after a great pass across from Malik, and that combination for West Charlotte is definitely the highlight of this team and what they need to rely on here in this series, and they'll have their first lead of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing, I mean, just back and forth gameplay, and you see West Charlotte took it to him, but Harding has a chance right here, but Saab once again gets this clear.
Man, they've been great so far trying to keep it away. They'll have to continue. Saab again, just slapping it off the back wall. Like you saw LeBron James back in the day with the blocks, just boom, right off that back wall and get it out of here.
He is on fire. He's everywhere on the field. You see him now. He's already got the ball. Let's see what he can do with it.
What?
I think he's going to lead this one in. He does! Puts it in. Another insurance goal here for West Mech.
Man, it's Saab.
West Charlotte, my bad.
Saab able to just carry that one from the side wall. Man, oh man, just showing all types of skill levels. I mean, that's quite incredible to see air drags that clean at this level. He just made it look simple there. Saab has been great. Been hooked up by Malik as well, so it's not just the solo plays like we just recently saw, but also the passing coming alive to West Charlotte. This team looks like a whole different team.
Yeah, I had South Mech on my mind, Bear. I mean, we've been talking about them the whole time, so now whenever I saw West, I was like, I just throw Mech on the back of it. We'll call it. But great play, though, by Saab. He is everywhere.
Yeah, Uncanny trying to break through, but Malik again, another great defensive play. And all that Mystical is just fitting in. As far as the rotations go, it's typically not that easy to do, especially with players that are playing at this level as they currently are. Malik's trying to get across. Mystical almost had it as well, but they got to be careful with the counterattack now as Harding right back down the field.
Who was that with the save? That was somehow, I don't know how that didn't go in.
Yeah, they were able to dig it out from the backside. I couldn't quite tell either. But West Charlotte, another one. Yes, Saab wants it again. A hat trick here, as he has been the difference maker in a pretty even match.
So watch this happen, Bear, because, I mean, it was a close game for the first, 4 minutes? And then just this last minute, Saab just took off.
Yeah, it was a very dead even game. It felt like a slingshot almost. Every time that, this Harding team felt like they had a good opportunity there from West Charlotte, what they were really doing is pulling it back so that way you saw Saab ready to go, ready to strike whenever he needed to. And more importantly, he had the support from Malik. Malik came in with some great passing to start off. And again, like I mentioned earlier in that game number 1, it was all about confidence, being able to trust your teammates and being able to jump out at the right opportunities to make those count.
Well, we know who's got the confidence. It's Saab. I mean, that's great plays. Let's see if he can keep this up going through the series.
No longer a Saab story, as we said last week. A totally different vibe here. We've got more STEM at you. It's done with the break, as Tarek would call it and whatnot. But we have Harding go with their submission now. Let's check out what they put together in week 2.
Hello, this is Emilio Pacheco with Harding University High School, and we'll be presenting our game mock-up of another amazing game. The story of this game is that you, the player, have been trapped in a dimension called the Slip and must traverse throughout a series of mazes while collecting keys to return home. Each level will contain a different maze, presenting a unique puzzle that the player must solve. This demonstration showcases a rough idea of our game concept, the art, and the UI. We have many improvements to make over the next few weeks.
So there you go. The submission here, another amazing game. Speaking of my heart with those dad puns.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a Saab story.
Literally led into that one.
Hey, it's going to be coming all a stream long. I mean, this guy.
Recently a father, of course my daughter turning 1, so I have to prepare and as many dad jokes as possible as we continue on.
You're going to get them in there through this whole stream. I know it.
100%. As now flying, Kenny tried to toss that one out to the corner as he just couldn't quite find the angle. They were a little bit too far forward, and Malik, he just put it on net and caused the defense all sorts of chaos as the defense actually knocked it away from a man that might have had the angle there.
West Charlotte's starting to feel it, and you can tell. I mean, just the shots on goal is there. Let's see if Harding can just stay in this game, because they really were fighting in that for game 1.
Look at Tower Sparky in the chat as well, the coach here for West Charlotte. He's been here since week 0. I say week 0 in reference to preseason. Because season 0, that type of vibe. But, I mean, his team continues to perform. Here's Saab again, getting another goal here as Malik set him up. And it's been the similar story here throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, he is just all over the field and just making Harding just have a tough time. I mean, this is kind of tough.
Well, if you won't do it, I'll do it.
I'm waiting for it.
I knew it.
I set you up, man.
You did, dude. I should have just cut you off at the moment.
I was like, Allie.
Oh, my goodness. Logic couldn't dig it out. Mystical on the board here for West Charlotte. Every single member getting involved, and the coach is hype in chat.
As he should be, as you see his team just now letting him have it. I don't know what that was.
It was a touch from all the way back, but then it looked like Mystical just followed his own shot and really jumping all over the place, letting the defense kind of work on their own and working the wrong way.
See if Harding can do something, but right now it's just West Charlotte getting those cutoffs. You see him again, once again, do it again.
Mystical back on it yet again. And really, showing that they're a lot bolder than we've seen in the past. We've seen Mystical kind of fall back to net and hang back and play goaltender, which is something that you see at, the lower ranks if you have less experience. Not this time around. You'll see him right in rotations. When you have 2 members on your team that are making big plays, it makes you want to pay more attention, really find your places. And for Mystical, it's been so beneficial. He's been such a more dynamic player here so far in this match as West Charlotte continues to take it to Harding.
I mean, Malik's everywhere as well, making great bumps, just kind of causing chaos for Harding right now. I mean, just all over. And just keeping the pressure on. I mean, not letting the foot off the gas pedal. And we say that, and it's very true. You just see them shot after shot. And once again, another one comes in. This time Fly was able to get this one out of there, though.
Adam now back on it here for Harding, trying to jumpstart this team that's had so much difficulty trying to find some offense. West Charlotte has had an answer for just about everything. Logic will find a soft spot in the defense, as that one will ramp up towards the West Charlotte goal, but Saw back on it with a flip reset. Who is this team?
That's what I was about to ask you. I was like, didn't you coach this team?
Apparently I wasn't doing it well enough. Shout out to Tower Sparky there in chat. Obviously doing wonders with these boys. I mean, obviously getting Malik back has been huge for West Charlotte.
Yeah, yeah, you see it. I mean, you see him right there, make that great touch. It's got a cross goal.
And it's there. Oh, Mystical trying to get across and get that one to tap it into the back of the net, but the defense able to get it out, at least build himself out for a second, but there hasn't been much breathing room. And Adam, I believe he was harassed there. He's trying to go up for that challenge too and continues to be bumped, and this will fall right back into the hands of West Charlotte, as now Malik takes over for Saab, was called off it. Now 2 members of West Charlotte off. This is their chance. Harding needs to play back down the field now.
Cars everywhere on midfield, Bear. I mean, it is bump
Chaos.
city over here. It feels like chaos. It looks like a 4v4, but look who scored here. That's Fly Uncanny putting one in here for Harding.
And that's what I love to see that,
yes.
right? So for us, I was talking about how they needed to capitalize now. You have 2 members of West Charlotte up in the air trying to challenge the same ball. They didn't come up with it. You had all 3 members in the right position to push back down the field. All about execution at that point, so credit Harding for being in the moment there and being able to execute.
Still 2 minutes remaining, plenty of time. You know, they're getting that momentum back. They know what they have to do, but can they do it?
Logic will bounce and bang that one off the corner, trying to get a little bit of height. I say corner, but like the bottom wall ramp, if you will. And now Saw back across. Canny needs to get a touch, couldn't do it. The chip back towards center, and it will be Saw to clean up the loose change there out in front in the box.
Yeah, you need that one cleared if you're Harding, and you know they're hurting after that. Watch this right here. The ball was just there, and I thought actually Malik was about to get a save on his own team.
Yeah, everybody's pushed forwards, and in fact, Malik was there kind of chilling on the goal line. It was probably having a freak out of his own, but able to get out in time, or at least be able to find a way around Malik to get that goal. But that's one of those times you see West Charlotte, they were all up and committed. Every single member was right up there by the goal line, right? And that's too far forward of a rotation for West Charlotte. So I'd like to see Harding, would have the ability in order to push you back down the field. Now, talk about ability, because Saab was able to set this one up with a beauty. As Adam was there, but the touchback down to Malik and the 1-2 punch.
They both had the same idea, both going for it, but how smart Malik was for just dropping a little bit down on that boost so he was able to, hit it after that touch that Saab put up.
Let's do the rest. Saab, a good block, otherwise that would have been wide open. Again, West Charlotte too far forward, nobody back here. And now Adam allowing the chance for them to jump up. I like the boldness of West Charlotte. I think it's been working for them in this match, but I would say, I'd caution them. This is great, and you're performing well against this squad, and maybe this is just a play style we'll see in this one match, but, you try to play this style moving forward against some of these other teams in the CMS League, it might come back to hurt you a little bit. But you love seeing Mystical Pink just being able to come out and make a difference himself.
That's why it's so big to just know your matchup each and every week, because you might have different, play styles.
Yeah.
Like you said, this might work against Harding. You go up against a team like Audrey Kell, Olympic, JT, any of those schools, and yeah, I think they could have a tough time.
Yeah, you run different plays for different teams in traditional sports too, to kind of counter them in a way. It's not as that extensive of research that you do on teams, but it's still there.
Yes.
You still have your aggression, right? You're not going to have your 3-4-3,
Yeah.
or dime defense, whatever you want to chalk it up to, no matter what sport you follow. With esports, a little bit different. Esports, Rocket League specifically, you have aggressive ways that you want to play aggressively. But that all happens. Those adjustments, those things will happen as you see the team play as well. You can do a little bit of research prior, but it's really just like minor adjustments in order to play completely different.
Yeah, I like how you said minor adjustments, because if you do change your whole style, I think that can throw you and your team off.
Big time. Yeah, I agree with you there. So now West Charlotte very impressive win. I mean, West Charlotte in the conversation here, we said, you know, a bit of struggles there in week 1. This team has completely come alive, a totally different team. And again, those minor adjustments were a part of it, but also the clean play from Malik overall to push them to this 2-0 mark. They'll have a chance to close out in 3.
And West Charlotte was very evenly on their shots. I'll always talk about the shots after the game, 3, 3, and 3. So 9 shots as a team, they're doing something right.
Jackpot. 3 is what you want. Let's see if they do as well on the Sim side. Let's check out what West Charlotte was able to put together for their week 2 here of STEM.
Hello again. I'm back with my update, I guess. So let's take a look at our creation. Alright, here's what I kinda have as a mock-up. I'm sorry if it doesn't look that appealing to the eyes. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah, I think the main gameplay loop is like, you'd basically have to like go through the, like this wall, kinda like here. So let me move that down. You'd move, so like you'd go to this guy, beat him in a card game, then he'll drop a key, and then you get that key, go to this guy, beat him, then it'll open the key for that, and then once you open the key to that, you beat this guy. You should be able to win. And it should be like part of the gameplay is like using like different classes to strategize against like going against these guys.
There's a little humor in the way they put together. It's like, I know this isn't right, so I'm going to poke fun at myself right now as I figure this out. And I think it's perfectly fine to know where you stand and be real about it, and also bring some humor with it too. That's probably the best way to approach it.
Hey, I laughed. that was funny.
It's true.
Hopefully.
Hopefully we can, you know, put together something soon. So, all right, we'll see if West Charlotte can put something together here and close out in a 3-0 fashion against this Harding team who's seen a little bit of life whenever West Charlotte makes mistakes. They'll have to do a lot more of that, though.
Yeah, I mean, and this is whenever if you're Harding, this is the time to score. You need to put up and at least have West Charlotte playing, you know, the cat and mouse game, you know. But this is right there is going to be out. Saab able to make this great save.
Yeah, it was, again, to try to get a couple of touches to redirect that towards the net. Now we'll have to rethink it here. There's a couple of touches that used Mystical to get back out, and now they're kind of over one another. Saab tried to adjust. It was a good idea at first, but then they ended up tripping over one another. Will it matter if like Uncanny with his biggest moment of the match so far with a good save?
When you're that close, does comms even come apart? Like, because if you're that fast, do the comms work?
It's in those situations where you're just right upon each other, that's a rotational thing. You know, I was gonna say conversation, but that would be confusing. Comms do matter in a way, but it's all about cleaning that up next time if you're them. Look as Malik trying to pull down. What a save from Adam. He's able to get back to it too, and Mystical will try to pop it high for her teammate, but the only person he'll find is Logic, who's able to get out of the zone.
Yeah, if you're Harding right now, you are sweating because that was a close one. And this is, like you said, this is the time they need to advance. They have the opportunity.
Oh my.
It just slips away though.
Bouncing backwards. West Charlotte was looking for an outlet pass there, but Saab unfortunately ran into the other team when he was trying to find anybody. So again, West Charlotte not as clean as they have been in the first 2 games, and this will be Harding's opportunity. So now they'll play back down the field. It's Adam. He's got control. Side wall he goes. Tries to challenge the corner, but Saab beat him to it. His Logic will jump up in succession again. Rotations were one of those things we pointed out for Harding. It's looking a lot better.
A lot better. I'm glad you pointed that out because, you know, they well, Casting Curse says, there you go.
They're not glad I pointed it out. Because
the Casting Curse just happened as West Charlotte was able to just sneak this one by Adam.
Okay, but I was talking about the rotations being stronger, and they were.
Yeah.
That was just lack of execution, so
mistouch.
Can't put that on me, right?
oh, I think chat's going to put it on you.
They're going to put it on me now, for sure. Playing bad cop, that'll happen. Saab, again, we talked about the net issues last time. It's going to come back and hurt them here. As Logic able to get one off the kickoff here. Logic just beat him to the kickoff. Maybe trying to help out Saab with his issues. And again, a 1-1 tie now because of it.
We've seen something similar like this in week 1 where we had one player down, and that was a huge, you know, benefit. Obviously, you play a 2v3, things are going to happen.
Yeah, Malik Just seeing if he can get amped up to try and bail out West Charlotte, who's had that issue. Mystic will try to do the same as he jumped up in support. Saab still having those issues, and you saw Malik hop back. They're in a 2s rotation now. As they're close to one another, that doesn't necessarily harm you as much in the 2s rotation. Finally, Saab will come back. So those net issues gone, but will Harding take advantage of it? No, Malik able to bail them out too. So West Charlotte, even with those issues, we're somehow able to keep the damage to just 1 goal, and they get the goal right back. The only downside is you saw Saab disconnect there.
Yep, that's what I was pointing to. If Saab was just sitting there, and you know right there Saab was going to be there for that. I'm not sure if he was going to hit it. I think he probably was.
Yeah.
He probably was. He would have been there, able to get this clear. But hey, if I'm with Charlotte, I'm pretty happy right now. Other than Saab not able to play half the game.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that they're able to keep this lead. And remember, that issue might have caused a lot of the results against Myers Park. I mean, this team might be able to hang with Myers Park if they continue to play this way with the 2 dynamic players here. But at the same time, I mean, with Saab with those issues, we hope he gets it figured out eventually. But that's just a conversation maybe with the network provider or something of that nature.
He's on the phone now.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why he was out of that last play. Malik in this one though, 3-1 here for West Charlotte, as they can try to continue this streak of 3-0s that we've seen.
That just shows you whenever Saab goes down, hey, we have another guy in the lineup. There you go, Malik is showing up, and like you said, the veteran. I mean, we expect great things from him, and he's delivering.
Yeah, now it's gonna be best here though. Uncanny across to the box. They need to tap it in. And now Mystical could not get it and dig it out from the back line. So credit Logic for stepping up here. The next logical choice would be put it in the back of the net here when it's in front of the net.
Very logical for him to put that one in the top left corner as he's only down by 1, him and his squad. I mean, a minute 18, Saab's been having a little connection issues. Harding has a shot right here.
Saab, might have disconnected here, an own goal, no! Oh, you hate to see it. And the Saab story returns.
Hate to see it for West Charlotte, but if you're Harding, hey, we're in this series.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I think maybe reconnected
at the worst
exact time.
worst time possible.
I'm back, guys.
Yeah.
And then boom, right in the back net. Oh, my.
Usually you call that COD timing, but, we might have to change the name to Rocket League timing now.
Oh, man. Saab back up now, playable for now, so that's good news. That fly Uncanny is going to press into this corner. Blake and Saab both there. And a pinch there from Mystical, almost caught the defense off guard. And I mean, they were great positionally for Harding, but a bit of a creative play to try to beat the defense there for West Charlotte, who's going backwards. Malik, what has happened? 46 seconds left. It's been all own goals for West Charlotte.
I'm very shocked on what just happened.
What is,
Saab win a flip, Malik carry the ball in, does a flip. I mean,
what in the world
what's
happened
going
there?
on?
Chat, help us out. Not sure what happened there. They're gonna brush it off, right? Right, Sparky? Right? Hopefully they do. I mean, that's a tough pill to swallow.
I mean, just a question mark from me right now. That's it. I mean, let's see what they're doing now. But now Malik going for the right goal this time.
Oh, Mystical now out of sync as well. I mean, it's happened. We talked about it in the preseason. Me and Tark did, where West Charlotte, once one thing happened, when it rained, it poured. Like everything just got a little bit worse. Every single time one thing happened, I think they're really feeling the fact that Saab was disconnected for a while. But will it matter enough? We're down to 20 seconds left. We're tied at 4.
Let's see who's got the clutch gene, Bear. We always talk about it. I mean, Saab right now, as long as he's connected, I think West Charlotte could get this one done. But Harding still, they're making it a tough competition here.
Yeah, I mean, to put it frank, I think West Charlotte's had 7 of the 8 goals that have happened. So it might be a question of which net do they put it in overtime? Or can they close out now? Harding on the goals line, but able to keep it out was Mystical with the defense. And now back out it goes. It's Uncanny trying to chase this one down. 2 seconds left. It's out in front. The chance. Oh, couldn't quite get the shot off for West Charlotte. We played overtime.
I think if instead of jumping, just trying to get under that ball and carrying that one in is what I would hope, or possibly off the kickoff.
Oh, Saab got to it. What a save. Malik back out. And now we'll try to challenge it. Left in a 1v1 with Logic, and he's able to pop it high, and it's a chase from Uncanny. But he leaves it, and Saab able to jump on it. Could not quite connect. But luckily, Mystical was able to. This one will fall to Logic. Things calm down just a little bit here in overtime.
Yeah, a little bit slower play now. And it's going back and forth. You just don't want that ball to get past your last guy. And that's Logic, which has just happened. Saab scores it in. The clutch gene, Saab has it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, if he didn't disconnect, this might have been a whole different game. This might be
sure.
a whole different ball game. But West Charlotte stuck with it. We said mentality was a thing here, that West Charlotte had trouble really digging out when bad things were happening.
Yes.
And they were able to dig out of this one. 20 seconds left, they get the equalizer, and then in overtime, you got Saab, who was dealing with the issues in the first place, the one to put in the game winner.
That just shows you, that's improvement. I mean, you know, like, if you had a past where you can't just get the job done, you can't finish. Well, they finished this time, and you know. But also, shout out to Logic on the Harding squad. He was putting up some numbers.
Oh, no doubt about it. Well, West Charlotte going to really have a different feel here. Lost 0-3 in their first week, and now a 3-0 win. So look out for them, especially if they have that combination. I thought Mystical played really well too, but obviously the story was had to be, you know, Malik and Saab together. Just hopefully Saab can keep that net together, man.
Yeah, well, you get his network going, because we definitely need him to be able to play the whole series next week.
Yeah, that'll be a big determining factor. We'll see who comes up with the stem win now. We head to the judges to see what they think of week number 2's performances.
Okay, we're back to the week 2 showdown. We're in the Game Dev Varsity STEM Challenge week 2 again, and we just saw Harding and West Charlotte. And a reminder, the Game Dev curriculum they just went through for the entire week and the submission they made was all about showcasing that game idea, including the details of the gameplay loop, the core art assets, arranging those levels in a mock-up that demonstrates the final game. Really, really important phase of the 8-week session that we're in the middle of. For Harding, I liked what I saw. I wasn't sure what I was seeing was in construct.net. Again, this is one of those things, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. The submission here is about showing that to us and explaining it. And now I'm looking, yes, they definitely did. But another amazing game. I think they need to figure out how to score it, right? And how to ultimately come through with how am I playing it as the end user. West Charlotte, another great opportunity where they showed it in Construct. Very cool. Make the interaction and the gameplay strategies engaging. That's really important. I love seeing the strategies that you laid out there. How can you make these things more engaging? What did you think?
Well, yeah, I think you're exactly right. You know, for Harding, the amazing game. I love the title. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. I'd like to see some more, you know, of the assets that go with this game kind of fleshed out and you know, I think overall kind of the improved graphics. Now, for West Charlotte's game, what I loved was they had, you know, some fun intro music as well for their presentation, but also for the game. And I think, you know, I can't tell you how much the right music adds to a game. And, you know, they have kind of went with the 8-bit music style for their game. And, you know, that's just going to kind of give you a little bit of nostalgia for this type of game here. And, you know, like I said last week, this type of game is right up my alley. Big nerd stuff.
I think what they're going to need to do, especially on that last one with West Charlotte, is the detail they put into those interactions. This is what I was saying a minute ago. Like, if each time you have an interaction, making that interaction unique, you know, mind engaging, challenging, I think that has an opportunity to add the dimension to the game that make people really want to play it. And maybe figuring out a way to make it a little unique each time so that when you play it once, it's not like you'd ever not go back and do it again because you know exactly how it is. Figure out how to make things a little random in there. Score.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be the challenge for all of these is how to get users to come back. Score. I'm going to have to go 1 Harding, 1 West Charlotte.
So good cop. I'll good cop this one as well. 1-1. That leaves this week 2 showdown. 2 points Harding, 2 points West Charlotte.
West Charlotte showing up in every sense of the word.
Absolutely. I mean, just handling business.
Business as usual. Maybe not so much. They did drop week 1, but they're on track perhaps, because that's a huge win over a team that's pretty equal in skill. We said which team can hop out. I thought it was going to be maybe a 5 games to determine it type of deal, and who would come out on top, but they just took it by storm.
And even in game 1, I thought I still thought the same thing until the very end of that game 1. Then I was like, West Charlotte, if they can keep this up, they're going to have that sweep. And that's exactly what happened. Saab it just popped off.
Yeah, it's the only lead that they surrendered the entire series, which is completely backwards from week 1, was when Saab wasn't able to play at all. Like, his disconnection was one of the reasons why Harding was able to take a lead at one point, and credit Harding for being able to figure that out and take a lead at that point in time. It means that this team was still trying, like still putting in wholehearted effort, rather. They just weren't able to come up with the results whenever Saab got back to it. And honestly, like, he got the game winner too, just to make a true story here.
I mean, both teams, just taken out with being swept in week 1. They both really wanted it, but West Charlotte just wanted it more.
No doubt about it. Well, we have a good one coming up as well. It's Garinger facing off with Rocky River in just a second. So excited to see that one here in just a moment. Discounts. Until then, we'll take a quick break and be right back.
Losses, I don't do lipo. A few screws loose in the head, I'm a psycho. Promise you the bar, just as real as the bite though. Misunderstood, you can call me a typo. I shine hotter than the stars in the night though. Hate the who's, don't give me a title. Flipped in asset, so I don't worry the price though. Got scratched like mine, no, leave it to the tribal. I ain't even trying to try though. I could do this with my eyes closed. You forgot nothing on my goals. My girl ain't plastic, she don't even recycle. No losses, I don't do lipo. A few screws loose in the head, I'm a psycho. Promise you the bar, just as real as the bite though. Misunderstood, you can call me a typo. I shine hotter than the stars in the night though. Hate the who's, don't give me a title. Flipped in asset, so I don't worry the price though. Got scratched like mine, no, leave it to the tribal. I ain't even trying to try though. I could do this with my eyes closed. You forgot nothing on my goals. My girl ain't plastic, she don't even recycle.
Welcome back to the CMS Esports League. Of course, this varsity program has run for a couple of seasons here, and we've seen some great matchups over the day, and no exception here with the next one, which will be Garinger facing off with Rocky River.
Man, I mean, Garinger has been, I would say, the most improved from last season. I don't know if you agree, but either way, I mean, Lego, Gamer, Ian Warrior, and Akko. I mean,
yeah,
three hard hitters for that Garinger squad. It's going to be a tough one for Rocky River.
Yeah, and especially when you have not only just the gameplay against you with Akko, again, bringing the dynamic nature that he brought in the last one, just all sorts of goal scoring. 3 hat tricks in 3 games, by the way, in the 3-0 route there for Garinger. But not only that, but you have the crowd as well in chat hyping it up. I mean, Garinger came alive in the chat last time. That is called school support, and one of the big reasons why they're able to take that first win over East Mac 3-0 in week 1.
Yeah, and then the player I really want to highlight is Ian Warrior. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, he was the guy you were saying, he's not going to be the one who's dropping in these crazy goals. And then what did we see last week? We saw a crazy goal by him. So obviously he's been stepping up to the plate. So I want to see what he does here in week 2.
Yeah, and then you talk about Lego Gamer, who's really, the building blocks, if you will, of this team. I don't know if you saw what I did there.
Just stack them. Just keep
of course,
stacking.
yeah. And then Rocky River, of course, across the way. ID Faye is definitely somebody we need to talk about on this side.
Yeah, I mean, that Rocky River side is definitely, competitive as well. ID Faye is one of those guys who steps it up for that team and being the MVP just about every time he's on the field.
Yeah, defensively can come up with some big plays, but also can go coast to coast. So if anybody can step up here for this Rocky River team and take it to Garinger, you have to keep eyes on ID Faye. But, on the other side of the equation, Akko is somebody you have to get off the pitch here. Ian, of course, like you said, took a step forward. We'll see if that continues here into this game number 1 of the best of 5 between Garinger and Rocky River.
Yeah, I mean, I remember vividly how well Ian Warrior and Akko were just going at it in week 1. Let's see if that continues, as already looking pretty good for Ian Warrior, slamming it down for his first goal of tonight. Wednesday Night Lights, here we go.
Yeah, far side snipe, as you saw ID Faye try to get up there. Perkerin as well try to dive across. Unfortunately, it looked like they stepped on some toes on the way over there while midair, so could not quite get the defense. And Ian Warrior, like you said, off to that hot start here, as Perk will try to get one back here for Rocky River. That one was a great pass. Swag Panda could not quite connect on it, and Ian left with this possession, but does give it away here as a turnover here. ID Faye tried to do something with it. Akko couldn't get a touch. Here's a chance. Swag Panda. This one will pop high. ID Faye up for it. Couldn't quite get the angle.
I mean, honestly, I'm giving it to Rocky River how competitive and how basically how much pressure they're putting right now on Garinger.
Oh, another shot. It's a little bit wide. Panda the shot and in. They'll tie this game at 1. You're right. They've been great so far.
Yeah, I mean, just shot after shot. And right now, you see Garinger just kind of trying to take ball and go. But right now, it's kind of tough whenever Rocky River just keeps on sending them your way.
And no Lego tonight, by the way. Garinger running with a sub here in Jeff. Either that or a name change. We'll get you the details here, but I believe that would be the case.
Yeah, Lego's not changing his name.
There's no way.
There's no way, right?
We wouldn't let him.
Yeah, and then, wow, I'm just watching this again. Ian Warrior, another goal already in the first minute.
Yeah, so ID Faye, of course, not the best touch as it went backwards. However, you saw them jump in on the play. And Akko didn't become a spectator, didn't let the defense jump on it. Instead, got that extra touch in order to find Ian there on the far side and tap it in. So that's just doing the things right. But Swag Panda here with an answer. Rocky River just won't go away.
Swag Panda right now. I mean, that's the guy who I'm trying to highlight. Here, look at this, right in front of Jeff. That cut was dirty, and now gives them the tie game. And game 1's looking pretty closer than I thought.
Yeah, this is skill both ways. Again, this is just teams performing at their highest. So a big shout out has to go out to all of our coaches here at CMS League, because you look at the pre-season ranks submitted by these players, and you look at the performance that we're seeing here on the pitch, and you see basically no connection. It's always higher.
Yes, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of times you see, it'll even show like gold. Sometimes you can put that in there, and it's like, this guy's a little bit better than gold. I mean, he's over doing flip resets. Well, I don't think that's accurate. But as Akko puts it in here for Geringer, and that's just a player that's just going to be all over the field here in this series.
Definitely the household name for those around the Geringer nature, right? So you'll see them pop off and chat about Akko making plays, and again continues their run here. But every single time they gain the lead, it's been right back at you here from Rocky River as they do put on a shot. This time it's handled, at least for the time being, here for Geringer.
Ooh, and honestly, I feel like that extra touch was kind of not the best for your own teammate as he kind of gets it away from him, but nevertheless, they're on the offensive side now.
Good chip out from ID Faye. In fact, that'll elude Akko, who was nervous it might go into his own net. You could tell him backtracking, wondering if this was going to be any chance to bail out, and was able to at least get a touch. Allow Jeff with the next one. Perk now off the back wall. And of course, Akko with the decision to make here. Backwards, Jeff. Unfortunately, the touch goes backwards. We've seen that a couple of times here from Geringer.
Yeah, those missed touches is, that can lead to open goals and sometimes own goals.
Yeah, certainly does. There's Ian set him up, but Swag Panda with a big save themselves. So they did everything right except for put it in the back of the net because the defense of Rocky River is pretty good. Look out, though. Oh, they trip over one another. That was an open cage.
Yeah,
they missed it.
And they want that one back. That would have been an insurance goal. Up by 2 with 2 minutes left. That's what you want here in game 1. But no, we got ourselves a little bit tighter of a game here.
Akko did a great job to try and handle that one. The angle could not quite find its way towards the net, or it did. Work its way towards the net, just not quite where they needed it to go. ID Faye back on it. Now the tap, trying to find Swag Panda. Akko was reading all over that one. As Swag Panda leaves it here on a platter for Perk, who goes back up, bar down, not in though. Follow up from ID Faye is a bullet. They couldn't read it. And another answer from Rocky River.
I was waiting. I knew that ball was up there. I was like, who's next in line? Who is next supposed to be on this rotation? ID Faye says, I'm here. Let's throw it in the back of the net and call this one a tie game.
It's a little bit of an awkward chip there. When he was flipping there, got the under side of his car and flipped it towards the right side of the nets, and definitely a good placement. It somehow got the velocity on it as well as ID Faye looking to set them up. The bouncer here from Swag, trying to change it up here, but the defensive Geringer will get out, at least for now, as Perk creeping across. Jeff gets to it, but another double commit here from Geringer, and right now Rocky River is showing up as ID Faye back on it. The carry, far side, a good save. Rocky River all over him, trying to cause some chaos.
I mean, they are just shooting the ball, and Geringer somehow able to just stop anything they throw their way, and it's just unbelievable for Geringer how well they've been playing on defense, offense, but same thing for Rocky River.
Yeah, and they continue to press. ID Faye back on it as well. Waits for Jeff, knowing that touch was coming. Did not realize that it could be a pinch that sent it all the way back into the Rocky River zone. To Swag, of course, into a challenge. In the corner was Perk on Ian. Swag still recovering from that last challenge, so didn't do a whole lot, but still did enough. Backwards towards the net again for Geringer. Rocky River couldn't do much with it, and Akko right back out here. Geringer, not that clean play style that we've seen prior. And it's all about trying to get Jeff into rotation. As the sub, it can be difficult to do that. But now a good chance, and he's involved in the play. Ian will tap that one home with just 12 seconds remaining.
Such a big play. You see a lot of chaos right here, right after that touch. ID Faye even bumps Jeff, and that kind of might have even messed him up on that bump.
It did. Yeah, he was on the back wall trying to find a way back down towards it, and it bumped the front side of his car backwards. And when you get the flip, you're not able to really get that angle. Now Geringer tried to close it out with the goal of their own. Akko up top. Now this one will bounce. ID Faye trying to keep it alive with Perk. This one at the corner, keep it alive for them. They have an opportunity now. Is Perk going to go back down the field? Good loft, but nobody can get to it here for Rocky River.
Yes.
As Geringer taps it away, and they will get away with their lives in this one here. It was definitely not clean, but still the 1-0 lead that you need.
I mean, 5 shots to 6 shots.
Yeah.
That's a lot closer to what we've been seeing all night, and I really think this series is going to be tighter than what we thought.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Rocky River did did a good job to handle and see, you know, the tendencies of Garinger. I think they, you know, really saw the difference in rotation that Jeff maybe couldn't quite keep up with that, and so they were able to expose it on multiple occasions. The only way that I can see this really being Garinger running away with it is if they're able to incorporate Jeff in time in order to really take it to Rocky River. But they're not going to go anywhere. You can tell the heart's there.
It's going to be a close one. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be a close one.
Well, we've got a STEM submission this time for Mallard Creek, so let's check out what they put together here in this Week 2 challenge. So Mallard Creek, unfortunately, nothing there.
I spoke too soon about the no submission thing.
Well, yeah, could be.
Could be, though. It's not sure.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll move on to game number 2 here momentarily. So while we figure that out, Rocky River just continues to stick around here. On paper, they really shouldn't be. And yet here they are. Again, a credit to coach. Hit me in this instance.
Like you said earlier, I mean, these players are playing higher than their level each and every week, I feel like. I mean, you see it. They're competing with these champ and grand champ players. So, you know, if I'm a Diamond 2, Diamond 1, I'm feeling pretty good about myself if I'm keeping up with these grand champs.
Yeah, for real. I mean, the Ravens are absolutely on a whole different level right now. We'll see if they can continue that and expose the little cracks in the game of Garinger, because they looked really strong against East Mech, another strong team. 3-0 in their first week, and so that says a lot about where Rocky River is tonight. I don't think it's necessarily Garinger, you know, doing anything wrong. I don't think they've looked as clean as they have in the past because of, you know, trying to incorporate Jeff into their rotations. But I just got to credit Rocky River for just continuing to do their thing.
Yeah, and they're doing it. I mean, they had they're keeping up with Garinger, who's, like I said, one of the most improved schools in the past season. And, you know, they continue to impress me. But Rocky River is now impressing me, just how well they're keeping up with Garinger.
I'm telling you, man, with Rocky River, you know, they played Independence really close in game number 1, and then they fell off quite a bit there in games number 2 and 3. I'm hoping that they can...
Hello and welcome back to everyone's favorite dungeon crawler that's still in development, Toast. Today we are showcasing our gameplay loop, sprites, and getting into the core of what makes a game fun, illustrated with Jesper Jewel's magic circle. Here we have a user interface, showing the player's health. We have some weapons that the player will be able to obtain and use in battle. And we have some character sprites and some walking animation, still currently in development. So the gameplay loop is essentially the player going through different rooms filled with different layouts, puzzles, and enemies. And those enemies drop loot which you can store. You can visit everyone's favorite tuber merchant to trade loot for upgrades, and this progresses the game. In the context of a dungeon crawler video game, the magic circle applies in several ways. The player enters the game world and is presented with objectives. The player has a limited amount of health and needs to find health potions or a stat boost to stay alive. It's up to the player to decide when and how to make these decisions, and this gives them a valorization of the outcome. Toast offers engaging gameplay element. The player will find joy in different ways. The game is immersive and offers high replayability to keep players coming back for more through randomly generated levels and different character classes. And that, my friends, is what makes Toast fun. That concludes our gameplay and sprite overview for Toast, and we hope to see you in the next round.
I mean, who doesn't like toast? Let's be honest. Toast is great. It goes with breakfast, or if you have like a nice little dinner, toast.
Toast for the win.
Hey, let's have a toast.
I told you they're going to keep rolling. I told you those dad jokes are going to keep going. But look what just happened. ID Faye hits it off the top Oh my goodness, watch this one more time here as IDFA hits it off the top backboard and right down. Look at that angle.
Goodness gracious. I talked about his offense beforehand. I don't think we've seen anything quite to that level. That double touch was quite nasty there from IDFA. And a good jump start from Rocky River, though, will be answered. All that momentum that you might have created off that incredible play, gone.
And I really feel like this happens so much in those kickoffs. You know, everyone's getting hyped up, you know, dapping everybody up, and then as soon as the kickoff happens, we got a tie game.
Yeah, there we go. Right back to it. Yeah, I said Lordy. Oh, my goodness. To a 1-1 game we go. And this one at midfield. Ian's already up for this one. Going to try a double touch of his own, but IDFA going to deny that as well. As Echo will be right back on it to try to challenge Swag Panda here in the corner. As IDFA tried for it too. Ian! Oh, my goodness. I mean, you like when your team is playing well, because that means, you know, good things will happen with these balances. Ian just found the far side.
Yeah, that was just a little chaotic in that corner. You saw, you know, it looked like a bunch of Rocky River, you know, players just not ready. And then as soon as that ball came back, you know, they had the shot.
Yeah, that was just drawn up to perfection there for Ian to put it to far side post and in. IDFA has been really good recently. Looking for a little bit of support here. I mean, Perkins, Swag, they've seen their moments. They're looking to really incorporate themselves as well. Knowing these players and their tendencies to really want to contribute in the way. So to see them execute in some moments, you know they want a little bit more here. And, you know, this seems a problem. You know, Garinger is very tough to play against, especially when Ian keeps hitting clips like this. He still isn't done proving me wrong.
He's proven everyone wrong. I mean, this is just unbelievable right now. He's saying, Akko, step aside. I got this one.
Man. He's been popping off completely. With a 3-1 lead now for Garinger, and right when you thought that Rocky River was going to hang around and they had other ideas. I mean, this team just will not quit. And now Perk, leaving for Swag Panda, probably called off that one, it seems. Way to the corner, and Swag trying to play it back down. Double commit there in the corner defensively here for Garinger. They eventually do get the clear. And a bit of miscue here on the defensive side for Rocky River, but no harm done as they try to play out the center. It'll be the sub, Love Kalos in this instance, a new player that we see subbed in for.
Like that attempt, just a little off on that touch, but definitely like that attempt on that because it was a one-on-one. He had a one-on-one shot, but there's Perk going up in the air. Akko is there. Oh. That is a name we haven't been saying too much, but now this is a return. This could be a goal. No, Swag is there.
Well, both teams stepping up at the right moments. Great rotation back from Swag to stay in the play, go back and rotate, knowing that Akko has that ability to create plays, and he's back at it again. The sub on the far side. Nobody to kind of corral that pass in attempt there as IDFA is going to read Ian all the way back to it and in. It was already a floater from the get-go, and he will just not quit.
Yeah, watch this, Ian. That's been his bread and butter all series, really. And I think they just knew what was coming after that. Eventually, after you get a 3 goals scored on you right on your head, you're going to say, hey, I'm going to not let him score 4.
Absolutely. It's a sign of a smart team and a well-coached team is being able to recognize things in real time because you don't have time in between games. You have, what, maybe 20 to 30 seconds?
Make those adjustments real quick. I mean, 5-minute games, you have to make those adjustments quick.
3 of you, too, right?
Yes.
It's so incredible to watch this team work. IDFA now has the hat trick to even it at 3 here with 2:23 remaining.
They have just been playing up to. I mean, that's what I'm asking. Is Garinger playing down to Rocky River, or Rocky River just playing outstanding?
They're outstanding right now because you've seen Ian work, right? Maybe you haven't seen as much from Akko this week, but you can't expect him to perform at the highest level every single week. You hope he can,
right?
But there's going to be those weeks where you're not quite as effective as you were, and he's still making big plays, which means for me, because just been playing just as well as they were in week 1. That means Rocky River's just playing absolutely strong right now, at least compared to where they were last week.
I mean, like I said, this year is going to be close, and you see it here. It is close. And a possible goal right here for Rocky River takes the lead with that shot.
Again, Perk now stepping up and being part of the equation, but all roads lead through ID Faye. Another great passing play across. A playmaker, whether you need a goal scorer or the assist on the other side, it doesn't matter. ID Faye will be involved in Rocky River to see their first lead of the series.
This is an offensive game if I've ever seen one. I mean, these guys are just putting down shots, and they're all going in.
He's looking to keep it up to you. Akko going to challenge the far side. ID Faye was all over that one. Ian with the follow-up chance here. Perk, the closest one to it, but could not get a touch out. Now Akko, Ian not able to connect. Pulls it back down, now causing confusion too. All three members there of Garinger all huddled up there in the wrong area. And that will allow the chance for ID Faye to go right back to work. Although he was only able to get the bump as he was out of boost. And the defense now of Rocky River, nowhere to be found. Ian to Akko, ID Faye able to keep it away. Swag the other way, left in a 1v1 situation. Instead gonna elect for the rest of his team to join as Kalos allowed the chance to get to it. ID Faye waits for Akko. Dangerous game. Rule 1 here in the corner, so that means a 2v2 situation. For those of you who don't know Rocket League, you lock fronts with another car. It is a gentleman's agreement that you must stay locked for the rest of the sequence until somebody scores. But look, no! ID Faye, so much struggle there on the defensive side for Rocky River, and that would be the equalizer if it went in.
It's too funny because they're still in the Rule 1, but you saw how careful they were to work around those guys in that Rule 1. They're like, just don't bump them. Just don't bump them. It's a 2-on-2.
You don't want that bad fit here. You don't want that bad omen on you.
Absolutely
you break a
not.
Rule 1 that absolutely exists 100%. Don't at me. It is a thing. Looks your pinch attempt there from Mighty Faye. That's not something you see very often. But he tries to pull that off too. You still see the two cars locked in the corner. We get a respect in chat. Oh, and right when I say it, they break the Rule 1. We'll see if it comes back to haunt them here. As now Garinger with that last chance. And now we'll play it off the back wall. It bounces out. Kalos just has to keep it alive as he couldn't quite get that angle back down, but still in the air. It'll be a tough route as Rocky River will kill it and get their first win and equalize this series at 1.
This is a great series. It's so funny. Akko, I think he did that on purpose, Bear. I think he's trying to get him out. He's like, I need my extra player. Come on. you know, you guys can't be in the corner the whole game. Come on.
And what happened? They dropped
lost.
that game, yeah.
You're right, man. Bad
you.
omen came. Hopefully, it doesn't carry on into the next game. Hopefully, it's just a one-game thing.
Well, that's all you can hope for sure. So Rocky River really showed some heart there on the esports side to even the series at 1. Well, the same thing exists on the STEM side. Let's go ahead and see their submission here for week 2. Check out what the Ravens put together.
Today, we are going to showcase the first level of our Rocky River STEM team game, Scholarships in the Scholar System. Let me explain what the game is. This game will be a Space Invaders-esque game containing all the schools in CMS as either characters or enemies. In the starter level, there will be a couple of enemies, and it won't be too hard or too crazy, but we are planning on adding more like enemy bullets, weird enemy movement, and player ship upgrades. For movement right now, we have A and D as the left and right movement, and W to shoot.
These first, second, and third pictures are the ships that will be seen throughout the game. These are some of the beginning ships and will also be selectable characters at the start of the game. We are planning on adding more ships in the future.
This final part is what some of the in-game sprites will look like. These are just a work in progress. We hope to add more things to our game and will take any feedback you have. Thank you for watching.
An appropriate theme. You know, you have a flying mascot, aka the Raven. You gotta make it a flyer, right? It's a game where you can beat up on all the foes in the air.
Got a little bit of Galaga action for the Ravens.
Gotta love it. Back to the excitement. I mean, this series has been great. Rocky River just doing big things, all led by ID Faye, who's becoming, in a sense, very reminiscent of what we saw in Skimit in Season 0.
Yeah, I mean, just the momentum that shifted from that game. I feel like Rocky River has the edge here, but I see Perk almost hit that shot right in the left corner, but not able to do so.
Let's chip out. Kalos leaves it for Ian. That shot just off the mark. Akko, good patience here. We'll try to bait them in. ID Faye the last one, and that's who you want back in that moment for Rocky River.
ID Faye being very smart, very patient on when he needs to go for that ball, and he did. But Akko does that. Oh my goodness, that ball was in there, but somehow rimmed out.
Okay, it's very important for me, for Akko, to watch Akko and see how you react to this. You got to keep playing because he's doing all the right things. He just doesn't have a goal to show for it quite yet, and one of the reasons why is because, those bounces just aren't going right now. But you have to continue to play true to your play style and continue through. I don't think he's been playing bad, just the stats aren't there quite yet.
Yeah, we know what he can do, and he knows what he can do. I think right now, just the opportunities just haven't been going their way. You saw the rim out. I mean, that's very unfortunate. Here in Rocket League, it happens, though. So, going forward, hey, 0-0. 3 minutes, and let's see, ID Faye is feeling it, though. And Akko, there we go. There's a save. He might not be doing it on the offensive side right now, but the defense is there.
So it shouldn't have been that hard for Akko. His positioning a little bit questionable right there on the post, basically. But to keep with the play and able to get that save, yes, that should at least build a little bit back, especially when things haven't been going your way that day. And these tough days, that's when you see it happen the most often, is when you'll see a rim out, right? Or those things that you don't want to see. So you have to get back to what you want to see, right? Think about, in your minds, the goal scoring that you had last time, get one to go, or make a big defensive play like we just saw.
Absolutely, and look at the sub now. He's going for it, but ID Faye is just right now all over the field trying to take it himself as well, but Akko's there to return it to the other side. But hey, we got a ping pong match here.
Yeah, and it's been the way that the series has gone too, as now Swag Perk a double commit here, so it's left back to just ID Faye. And of course, that's who you want back last for Rocky River, but that doesn't mean you want to leave him out to dry all game long either.
Yeah, you definitely give this man some help. As Ian Warrior, though, we know what he can do, and he's got ball, but not able to get the right touch on that one, as Perk's going to be able to try to get this one away from his own goal. But hey, Geringer's here, still on offense. Are they going to make anything happen? This defense, though.
Yeah, it continues to just bail themselves out consistently. But this is a good touch across. Kalos does it themselves, 1-0 now, as they're able to read that corner touch and make a play of their own.
Yeah, watch this again, getting up there, and
ID
Faye was back there, just a little bit too far back in goal.
Yeah, couldn't quite swing around when it needed most, trying to determine if perhaps the squishy save was the route to go, which is going into your own net, try coming out the top side. And that was not the right choice either, so he kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place in that moment. All because of the positioning breakdown. Akko again. Unfortunate luck continues as he was able to get the goal, but Ian comes across. So unfortunate for Akko, but Geringer continues to pull him through this. And now a 2-0 lead here in Game 3.
Maybe they can take a little bit of a breather, but not too much. You don't want to lay off, this team, Rocky River, obviously, with that comeback last game. They can do it again. Only a minute 40 left. If I'm Geringer, I'm trying to kill some time, but also, hey, let's get another insurance goal. But ID Faye has other, he's got other plans.
Yeah, he does. He continuously just causes chaos on the back lines, continuously creating plays for his own. So Rocky River continues to be close because of him. We'll need a good touch out here, though. Will be a challenge from Perk. That's great timing there in that challenge in order to keep away the strikers of Geringer, who have been hot in this game number 3. ID Faye will use the corner, try to tap it away. Kalos, unfortunately, that was away from the teammates. Akko jumped on it, but gonna be beat to it by Perk. Ian tries to clear. This is right to ID Faye, but he's a little bit too far forward. Good adjustment, though. Allows him to take a shot a little bit off the mark, and Akko will get the clear here. He'll bounce high and away from ID Faye, and he can't get that touch. Now Geringer will have a chance here offensively.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining right now. You need to get the ball on the other side, especially not right here. No. You don't want the ball in this spot, but guess who's there? It's ID Faye.
Able to build him out again. Well, demoed off it. Big demo there, because ID Faye had eyes on the net, and you can tell.
Yeah, get that ball out of here. Come on.
Go from the back wall. Now going to play right in the hands of ID Faye yet again, but Perk going to bump him on the way out. That'll allow Akko to sit here. You see ID Faye still trying to recover there in the corner. Left it just 16 seconds left, and Geringer might have done just enough. Or is it ID Faye trying to get a challenge there? Ian will push forward, and that should kill enough time now as Perk will just bank it off this side wall. Acco up for this one. Will not connect there either. Won't matter. Garinger up 2-1 in this series now, Discounts, and it's all because of the play of the other two, right? To, you know, when your teammate's down a little bit, you bail them out. And Ian and Kalos are able to do that in this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, still looking at the shots, 8, 10 to 4. So that's the little difference you saw. Hopefully it's going to go the other way and we see a game 5 possibly.
10-4, Discounts. Had to say it. Our next, again, we've seen the submissions here in this game through the first 2 games for the STEM side. So that means we have some judging to do. So judges, take it away. Let us know who won.
Okay, we're back to the week 2 showdown. We're in the Game Dev Varsity STEM Challenge week 2 again, and we just saw Harding and West Charlotte. And a reminder, the Game Dev curriculum they just went through for the entire week and the submission they made was all about showcasing that game idea, including the details of the gameplay loop, the core art assets, arranging those levels in a mock-up that demonstrates the final game. Really, really important phase of the 8-week session that we're in the middle of. For Harding, I liked what I saw. I wasn't sure what I was seeing was in construct.net. Again, this is one of those things, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. The submission here is about showing that to us and explaining it. And now I'm looking, yes, they definitely did. But another amazing game. I think they need to figure out how to score it, right? And how to ultimately come through with how am I playing it as the end user. West Charlotte, another great opportunity where they showed it in Construct. Very cool. Make the interaction and the gameplay strategies engaging. That's really important. I love seeing the strategies that you laid out there. How can you make these things more engaging? What did you think?
Well, yeah, I think you're exactly right. You know, for Harding, the amazing game. I love the title. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. I'd like to see some more, you know, of the assets that go with this game kind of fleshed out and you know, I think overall kind of the improved graphics. Now, for West Charlotte's game, what I loved was they had, you know, some fun intro music as well for their presentation, but also for the game. And I think, you know, I can't tell you how much the right music adds to a game. And, you know, they have kind of went with the 8-bit music style for their game. And, you know, that's just going to kind of give you a little bit of nostalgia for this type of game here. And, you know, like I said last week, this type of game is right up my alley. Big nerd stuff.
I think what they're going to need to do, especially on that last one with West Charlotte, is the detail they put into those interactions. This is what I was saying a minute ago. Like, if each time you have an interaction, making that interaction unique, you know, mind engaging, challenging, I think that has an opportunity to add the dimension to the game that make people really want to play it. And maybe figuring out a way to make it a little unique each time so that when you play it once, it's not like you'd ever not go back and do it again because you know exactly how it is. Figure out how to make things a little random in there. Score.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be the challenge for all of these is how to get users to come back. Score. I'm going to have to go 1 Harding, 1 West Charlotte.
So good cop. I'll good cop this one as well. 1-1. That leaves this week 2 showdown. 2 points Harding, 2 points West Charlotte.
So many presentations over the course of the day, and we continuously see the fact that these STEM teams are growing and just creating some masterpieces, to be quite frank.
STEM and esports side. We've seen improvements on both of the platforms.
I'm telling you, 100%. And it continues here as Garinger just continuously just doing work.
Impressing, always. I mean, there we go. We're going straight into it. I mean, Rocky River, though, like, this game's going to get intense.
It sure will. I mean, Garinger with a 1-0 lead as we pop in here. And we'll see who got credited with the goal. If it's Acco, that might just be what the doctor ordered for Garinger to close it out, right? He's been great. Swag Panda will get the touch from the corner. Will force Kalos back with it. And with the floater, tries to get it over to Acco as Ian Warrior. No surprise, he gets the first goal.
Yeah, he's been on one for sure. I mean, he has just been popping off. And there we go, another one. That's Acco. There we go. That's what the doctor ordered. His goal.
Yeah, for
finally here, got him. But that's the thing is, this is just very rare for him to now just be putting up one. You know, he's been the guy for Garinger. So, you know, now him getting back to his regular self, let's see how this this game goes.
Oh, definitely. I think, you know, sometimes when you launch Rocket League and you're at this level and just trying to improve, as you see Ian go at it again, you know, in Akko's case, it almost, your car can feel heavy sometimes. Like, it's not right. Like, the physics are different. For whatever reason, it's always been debated in the Rocket League scene. It's like, why is this happening, right? And I think it's a mental thing to try to break through, and it's so hard to do unless you have a full reset, aka a night of sleep. And so you saw Akko's last goal there, and it wasn't pretty. It was a bouncer, a slow bouncer, but he did angle it correctly, and I feel like that's what's happening to him maybe, is that mindset is a little bit off.
Yeah, I mean, very well it could be. This is a great pass, though, from him. Just not able to connect with Ian. That was a close one, but look at this shot. I mean, not on net, but still close one, and guess who's trying to do it backwards? That's Akko.
Yeah, and trying to read after ID Faye was there. Akko you could tell he recognized that it was ID Faye up and tried to get a block instead of going for that back-breaking goal, as it were, or would have been. Make it 4-0. Ian back on it. We'll pop it high. Akko chilling. He's going to be... Oh, the redirects! He's got it! My goodness! And that's really building some confidence for him. Ian set him up.
2 big goals here for Akko in fashion form here, especially in Game 4 when they just need one more game here to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw him cherry picking, I knew he had something in mind. He wanted the back of the net a couple of times in this game, and he's got it. And now Garinger looking to run away with this one. Rocky River kept it so close for so long. And they'll need to get one very quickly here within the next 30 seconds to really feel like you have a shot.
Akko trying to do his thing. Now he's feeling it. Let's see if he can put it in. Close. Let's see if he's going to be able to make a pass here.
Yeah, he's got eyes on it. Let's get the bouncer, but it was forced by the defense to be a large bouncer back towards midfield. But Ian's already back on it, trying for the double. Good touch away from ID Faye. Kalos back on it, will try to get a touch. Perk was able to just steal it off the foot of his guard. Try to work it, but Kalos is not done.
Yeah.
Just glued to this ball right now.
Right now, that's really all you need from him to just be killing time. And now Akko he's back. He's back, baby.
Insane. Hat trick now. Kayla set it down, and then Ian was able to play it off the corner to where Akko should be. As a third man, you want to be 100% sure when both of your teammates are pushed forward that you can get that shot off, and Akko made the right decision and put it in the back of the net, buried it. You're right, he's back on track.
Yeah, you know, last few games been very tight. This is the only one really that just kind of getting out of hand. It's now 6-0. Now Kalos got it.
Yeah, again. 6-0 counts. Dallas now absolutely getting involved here. Again, it was all about finding a way to get this sub to a place where it felt pretty natural in a rotation standpoint, and they've done a great job to do that. So Garinger now with what we didn't see coming, which is a very one-sided tilt here in this game number 3, and an otherwise great and close match.
Yeah, I mean, for the whole series, though, hats off to, you know, Rocky River for putting up that fight. That was just an unbelievable game, but now look at this. It's just getting out of hand, Bear.
Yeah, that should do it. So Garinger needed to wrap things up here, and it won't be the 3-0 fashion like we thought it might be. It also, you know, that we've seen a lot of times here on the stream, to be quite frank, but overall, it's just, you know, Rocky River had some good points, but to see them fall apart like this is, you know, something that the coach will definitely work on here.
Yeah, Rocky River playing well, and then just this game 4 just became rocky. I mean, they did get one in, though. They did get one in. As I got in one of my dad jokes, as Perk can put one in, man, and at least avoid a shutout here in game 4.
Man, oh man. So now the Brazil, so it seems like Garinger with the confidence to allow that to happen as well, as they continue on this hot streak of offense here. So now kind of looking through these teams' futures going forward. I mean, for us, Garinger coming in with that 3-0 win to kick things off against East Mac was already pretty telling if they were going to be a strong team. And it seemed like they struggled a little bit in Rocky River. But even when, you know, some of your players aren't having the best series, they were able to really put put it to Rocky River there and hold them off for Garinger, so it looks really strong from them. Rocky River did show some promise. IDV is going to be a menace, and it's very clear that that's going to be the case, so you definitely have a true leader on this Rocky River team to move them forward, although unfortunately for them, it'll drop them to 0-2 on the season.
Yeah, I mean, well, and it's also against the team last week was Independence, and now, that's just a great team, new team also for, this program, and they're a top team, Bear. I think that's a team we're going to have to highlight and watch out for. So Rocky River, even though they did get swept on that, made shows of improvement here in week number 2.
Definitely. Time to kill. Akko would argue this has not been his cleanest series by any means. However, when the team gets it done and you're able to bounce back in Game 3 and put up some damage, you can't feel too bad about the match as a whole. And so even though he might have been a little bit discouraged early, it definitely turned around for them. And we'll leave week 3 just wide open here for Garinger to really piece things together. Whenever we get that schedule out, we'll definitely have eyes on Garinger to see if they can continue this 2-0 season, the perfect season, into a 3-0 count. A lot of work ahead of them for sure. I mean, this is a good team, don't get me wrong, but there are other good teams out there. We've mentioned them already. JT Williams, Ardrey Kell we saw on this broadcast. JT Williams, of course, playing on the B stream. But Olympic is one that we haven't actually gotten to see on this A channel yet, so I'm dying to see them next week. Hopefully we'll be able to get a peek at them.
Hope so. I'm itching to see them as well. But, shout out to Kalos being a sub and able to just put it all out there.
Yeah, that's right.
Played well.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, goal participation in that game number 3 was very high, and so was able to feed the beasts, quite frankly, of Akko, who came back alive. And, of course, the fan favorites right now of this series, which was Ian Warrior, who steps up with another big series.
Yeah. Ian Warrior and Akko, I mean, I know he didn't play too well until the end. Then he popped off. Yeah. Akko does his thing, but we have them, the fans in the chat just going Akko and, Ian basically all series long. So you got to love the support.
100%. Absolutely. Well, we have a bit of a sneak peek of what we can expect in Week 3 here of the CMS Esports Varsity and STEM League. So check out this quick video put together by the team and check out the details.
Welcome back to the STEM Desk, everybody. As many of you remember, this is not just an esports show. In fact, it's mainly a STEM show with esports commercials.
That's right, and we hope you've been enjoying the show so far.
Just as a reminder, we have 2 categories of STEM. The first is game dev, which we saw last season, also known as Season 0 of the CMS Esports and STEM League.
The second is app dev, which is a brand new category to this league.
For schools new to the league, you'll be participating in the Game Dev Challenge, which was won last season by JT Williams. The kids over at JT didn't even show up in the first week of STEM at all, and we thought we would never see them again. Then they came back to win the entire league, including 3 brand new PCs.
So they missed out on all of those amazing points, 4 points total potentially in that first week, and they came back and won the grand prize, but not only just winning the grand prize, but winning at so many points ahead of everybody else.
I mean, they really had such a talented crew over there. So tell us what we have in week 3.
Well, in week 3, we begin programming. However, I don't want to scare you off, so I'm going to tell you that for both game and app dev schools, we're using no-code app builders. So for our 11 game dev schools, you'll be diving into the game engine itself called Construct 3. And instead of learning some complex coding language like C++, ooh, very spooky, I know, you're going to be using their own Construct 3 language to develop as pseudocodes. You're not actually developing lines of actual code. Very easy, very simple to use. Now, the goal for you game dev people are to begin creating the core gameplay loop of your game. That means, like, if you're a 2D platformer like Mario, we need to see jumping, we need to see movement, we need to see some enemies that you can hop on their heads and kill like Goombas. I know, Malcolm, you've jumped on lots of Goombas' heads before.
I mean, back in my Mario days, yeah. If anybody can beat and make a game better than Super Mario Bros., you win some kind of prize. I don't know what it is.
And these students here that we have in this league are the kids to do it. I believe in you. Now, to help you guys make a better game than Mario, We're going to help you use behaviors, which are very small code packets that you could just throw in and make that core gameplay loop very quickly and efficiently. Now, as you make those, I want you guys to prototype and play test, get your esports people in there playing your game. Make sure it's fun, because I want to play fun games, and I know you want to play some fun games.
Absolutely. Make sure it's fun. That is a reminder. Fun first. If it's not fun, you lose. Also, as a reminder, we've purchased Construct Pro licenses for all of the teams to use. You'll have to share amongst your STEM team, but make sure to hit us up and claim that free Construct Pro account if you haven't already.
So you guys get Construct Pro included just for participating in STEM? That's wild. Now, for our app dev students, the 10 schools that we have, you guys are going to be delving into something called Thunkable Pro. Now, the goal for you this week is very similar to game dev. You're going to be creating the main function of your app. So, for instance, was it Garinger? What did Garinger make?
The bank.
The bank app.
Financial personal finance management app.
By the way, fantastic presentation. So for them, their goal is to educate people on how to better use bank services. So what you need to use is take our teachings on variables and functions and methods and make that possible within the app itself.
All right, love it. And again, we purchased the software licenses for each teams, which allows you the full functionality of Thunkable. It allows you to connect to, Google Sheets and all sorts of other tools that allow you to create users and logins and stuff. So we've got 2 exciting competitions, both of which are eligible for STEM teams to win PCs, and we can't wait to see what you guys build.
My goodness, I mean, who doesn't like a fun game?
I love fun games.
Fun games, yeah. You're a fun guy.
It's because I play fun games.
And together we're a fungus.
Yeah, fun team.
Fun team for sure. Did a lot of Goomba stomping back in the day, I think. Yeah, with Mario out. I'm being old and everything.
Like Malcolm said, if they can just create a game that's better than Super Mario Bros., they're going to get a prize.
Prize is multiple millions of dollars. I think you market it correctly.
Facts.
Because if you can beat Goomba stopping, I mean, you're onto something special there. That's
true.
100%. All right, well, we have the STEM judging as well. Of course, we're going to move into the correct video here to show exactly who won the STEM. Check it out.
Okay, back to the week 2 varsity STEM team action. This one pitted Mallard Creek versus Rocky River. And again, game devs showcasing their game ideas that they have inside week 2's curriculum was tools like construct.net and other things, enabling them to come and submit to us what we just saw there, which is what's your gameplay loop and your core art assets that are arranged, and what do your level mock-ups look like to demonstrate that final game that they are ultimately working on building right now. Mallard Creek's Dungeon Crawler, very cool. The weapons and the sprites, I love it. Once again, when people focus in on the details of their game at this level. Also a great presentation. I love that magic circle schematic and all that stuff. It's a really good design. I want to start seeing gameplay and you got to transition out of your idea and kind of presenting it, cutting it up and editing it here to showing us ultimately that gameplay. Rocky River, the scholarships in the scholar system. I had to go back and listen to that twice. That is really, really cool. The movement and the gameplay they showcased for us, awesome. I'd like to see more on the scoring and how to win and how people are going to ultimately come back. If they have some kind of educational and scoring gamified way or aspect on getting a scholarship, if indeed that's part of it, or whatever it is, what's the hook to the game? It can be that, it can be something else. Other than cool gameplay, people need a hook to come and then a reason to keep coming back and becoming a monthly to weekly to daily active user. So that's what I'll be looking for in the coming weeks. What do you say?
Yeah, I think Mallard Creek's presentation is just fire. I mean, just their video alone is going to be able to hook people to download and play the game, whether it's on Steam or on a mobile phone or whatever. When they get into the marketing phase, I think their video presentations are going to be so polished by then that that's going to be one of their huge tools in getting new users. As for Rocky River, I think, it's basically Space Invaders with a new twist. Like you said, the scholarships in the scholar system. Yeah, scholar system You're exactly right. That's exactly what I was going to say. They need to gamify it.
I didn't hear anything other than the title that led me to part of it. That is
What the
scholarships in the scholar system, and then there was the gameplay, which I thought was cool. I was, if that is indeed the name and the theme of the game, there needs to be some connectivity there,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I guess the it's that they have all of the CMS schools as spaceships that you can fly throughout the scholar system. But I think you're right. Gamifying it
It's the hook.
and teaching, making
Yeah.
an educational app, that is going to be the hook.
Score.
I'm going to go 1-1.
I'm going to go 1-1 as well. Good cop v good cop here. That, my friends, is 2 points Mallard Creek, 2 points Rocky River.
I have to say, I love the new caster booth that
too.
they've been given, the green backgrounds.
Hey, production's killing it.
Yeah, 100%. Love you guys back there behind the scenes, as always. It's been an effective week, and we have one last match to get to after this discounts. So great night overall, though, to kick things
Absolutely.
off.
I mean, honestly, I want to hats off to the teams who have been impressing me, and that's honestly a handful. Just throughout the whole night, there's been teams where I don't even think they have a shot, and it's been making it a close series, and also players stepping up to the plate, and that's what you like to see. Each and every week, you don't feel like some of these players are gonna perform, and then out of nowhere you pull someone like Ian Warrior like coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many other teams that you can pull from too, like
Yeah,
Rocky River and
absolutely.
ID Faye. Nowhere was killing it for Rocky River. We can date back to even the kickoff of the stream, right, with Myers Park, and trying to really pull together and beat their foes there of the other coach team in South Mech.
And another one, Saab.
Yeah,
I mean.
Charlotte.
Like I said, I feel like there's a lot of players that we probably aren't even mentioning, but
So many.
but they're there. They're there and impressing me each and every week. But this week, for the most part, I feel like there's been more than usual.
Malik, Sea Hercules.
Yeah.
There's,
The
I
Sea
could
Hercules,
go
big
on.
one.
Big one as well. I'm telling you, like, these teams really came out to play and compete, and it shows. So 100%. Even Peyton took a step forward with that same team. So there's so many key players out there who make a strong difference in all of their teams. Like we said in Rocket League, 1 out of 3 matters.
Yes.
All these players. We're going to take a quick break before we fire up the final series of the night. It'll be Hopewell facing off with Charlotte Engineering after this quick break.
Losses, I don't do lipo. A few screws loose in the head, I'm a psycho. Promise you the bar, just as real as the bite though. Misunderstood, you can call me a typo. I shine hotter than the stars in the night though. Hate the who's, don't give me a title. Flipping an asset, so I don't worry the price though. Got scratched like mine, no, leave it to the tribal. I ain't even trying to try though. I could do this with my eyes closed. Never got nothing on my goals. My girl ain't plastic, she don't even recycle. I don't do lipo. A few screws loose in the head, I'm a psycho. Promise you the bar, just as real as the bite though. Misunderstood, you can call me a typo. I shine hotter than the stars in the night though. Hate the who's, don't give me a title.
CMS League back at you, and of course Bearlight joined by Discounts here as always, and very excited to have each and every one of you hanging around until the very end. We have our final matchup here tonight, Discounts, and it's we'll finally get to see Charlotte Engineering here, as we promised earlier in the stream. They'll be facing off with Hopewell.
Yeah, I mean, and both of them still winless. Can't say that after this series. So one of them has to come out on top. One will be 1-1 by the end of the night, and one will be sadly 0-2.
Yeah.
Who will it be, though?
It's tough. I mean, coming in, there's no real expectations, knowing that these two teams, they're all about a rebuild this week, and so you take what you could positive-wise from the last week, and you have to move into this week and try to build off of those. Play to your strengths to some degree. It's not been very pretty for you in the first week, but in week number 2, this is when you have to bounce back.
Yep.
And for them, they have the opportunity against another team who's looking to do the same.
And honestly, when it comes to like ranking, they're very similar. So this game could get really intense. I mean, kind of like last series, what we saw, going down to not game 5, but game 4, got to see a little bit extra Rocket League.
Yeah, let's check out the rosters now and see who we have coming up for Hopewell and Charlotte Engineering. On the Hopewell side for the Titans, we've got Sphere Master, JK Dragon, and Shuri.
Yeah, and then on the Charlotte Engineering side, we have CSI, Ice Bear, JR Feud, and that's it.
You think it was Ice Bear taking the ice bath? We had insider knowledge that a student was getting ready, prepared, right? Had to get off all that sweat from the hard work this week.
You should know, man. Your name's Bear. I thought bears stuck together like that.
Ask Barris.
Barris, Bear, and Ice Bear all here. Why don't you guys just create a squad?
Honestly, the 3 little bears. We already have it. It's established. We've been through this. Discounts. Come on. It's a 3 for 1 or a 2 for 1. I'm not sure which.
I don't know.
Please get back to me on that
one. We'll be there shortly.
In the meantime, players to look out for here, I'm watching TSI. So with Charlotte Engineering, obviously they lost Skimmett over the past season, and so looking for somebody to fill in those big shoes. And if somebody can do it, the other 2 unranked, so relatively unfamiliar with their game of Rocket League, you're going to need a big name to step up. And TSI is sitting here at Diamond 2 coming in. Obviously, we don't like to use rank to some degree to judge, but that's experience.
Yeah, especially with what we've seen here. I mean, even in these past series, we've been seeing guys who, says that they're gold, says that they're platinum, but they look like they're playing diamond level.
Telling you, man.
So, it's I don't want to go by this too hard because anything can happen. Players improve. We've seen really improvement if we go by that as well. But on the other side, Hopewell. They got a Plat 1 on the other side. That's Pro Bronze it. So he's going to have to step up and be their leader.
Yeah, for sure, and they've been very strong. Pro Bronze that has been listed as Shuri on the list here, so it's not going to be a sub as we come into this one, just as the heads up there. And yeah, definitely going to be the same equation. That being said, at that Plat level, Plat 1 over the Gold 2s, a bit more even, more balanced, I guess you could say, for Hopewell. So it's almost like this balance beat out one player that could potentially run the entirety of this series.
And that all, I feel like, depends on the chemistry. If this Plat 1 and 2 Gold 2s can just play really well together and take out that Diamond and 2 unranks, I mean, it can happen. And we've seen them both waves. We've seen them where, completely one-sided, the ranks just overtake. But we've also seen where, a little bit less, of the skill level, but they work really well together. And, if everyone's working really well, good things happen.
For sure. All these names are going to be brand new to us, which makes a whole different equation here.
It's fun, though.
Yeah, exactly. We learn new stories. You talked about how we have old stories from last season.
Yes.
We're creating new ones with this one. In a fresh start, like we said, for both of these teams sitting at 0-1. Game 1 on its way here momentarily of this best of 5. And, of course, the hot start almost always tends to play out in a positive fashion, especially, in a CMS league that when we kick off, a lot of these teams will be better one way or another. It'll be leaning to the 3-0 counts, and I don't think there's been a situation, at least not on the A stream that we've seen, where a team that lost game number 1 went on and won the series.
Right, and the closest one was Rocky River, right?
Yeah.
We saw Garinger kind of come out hot out of the gate,
sure.
And then Rocky River was starting to answer back, but Garinger just able to finish it off.
Yeah.
But that was the closest one, but right now, like you said, I mean, history repeats itself to where these game 1s are very important.
They will be. I mean, you look towards game number 1 to really build a momentum, set the tone for the game overall, especially in a place where, you know, goals are going to be difficult here. The defense is maybe not as strong as we've seen in the past, but at the same time, I mean, the shooting, you can kind of say the same. It'll be tough to really find a way through, especially when you're talking about a balanced team in Hopewell. And so we'll see if Charlotte Engineering can kind of pierce through that armor in a way.
I think for who's going to win this, basically, I feel like it's going to be whoever's not the most triple committing team.
Yeah.
I think whoever's not going all in and can kind of balance out that the field, I think that's the team who's going to win, who can play a little bit more balanced.
That's right. Yeah, find a way to not overcommit. You know, the only exception to that rule I could see was West Charlotte, but you know, even that was a little bit of a more advanced gameplay than you'll see here in a moment. And so, you know, in that one, they came in with a strategy and it happened to work. And you will notice there was never triple committing, right? There was a couple of times where all 3 members were past the 3/4 mark from your net towards theirs, and that's, for me, like all getting in there, right? But they did it in a methodical way, one after another. So you're right. The 3, you know, committing towards one ball will absolutely throw them off, and so the cleanest gameplay will definitely win.
Yeah, whoever's on defense and you see that triple commit, that's whenever you get excited, because you know if they're missing shots, that's your go time. You just say you should have a wide open goal. So just as long as you hit your shots, you're good.
You're good to go. That's
good to go, man.
Case and everything you could say too.
Absolutely.
I mean, well, again, we look back through the broadcast here and see, you know, some players that didn't have their best games. In this case, you know, you want to have your best game possible because you feel like the other team is going to be really on you pretty consistently, you know, to try to prove their worth here in the league, to go up that 1-1 count. So again, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow if you can't finish on 5.
Especially when these teams did lose week 1. Yeah. So you know they're thirsty to get their first win. You know, they don't want to be 0-2 sitting down in the standings.
And balanced matchup as well,
exactly.
Right? It's just, you know, it's the same case that we talked about with West Charlotte in that matchup. And so it's, you know, this is going to be one of the closer matchups that you'll find this season, at least, you know, on paper. So you have to take advantage of this opportunity when it arises. And if you're able to do that, you can get to a more manageable 1-1 count to maybe build some confidence moving into the next week.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward to see how Charlotte Engineering can do it, because they did, you know, they didn't get swept in week 1.
Yeah.
Hopewell did get swept. Now, it all just depends on matchup, too, because, you know, Hopewell did play Mallard Creek, but Charlotte Engineering played Huff. So it's all depending on matchups, and we have a good one here.
Well, match is ready to go. Let's send it to the pitch for game number 1 now between these two and see if Charlotte Engineering here can come up with the second win game-wise here, as they were able to take that one game, like you said, against Huff, and we'll see if they can build off of that. In the meantime, we will see as FaZe Little Avocado is a new name that we've seen for Charlotte Engineering, who does get the 1-0 lead, this time off the hood of Sharpie.
Yeah, Sharpie had it right there as Sphere was trying to get back, and JK Dragon cutting across, but just a complete miss on that. I don't know if he was trying to get out of the way for his teammate, but either way, Charlotte Engineering on the board first.
Yeah, love that Paper Mario type of goal explosion that takes the world by storm here. And you also see Sharpie, I believe it was like a 2D boost that he's got going on, almost pinched that one in.
He's got a whole theme for his car. He's got a little top hat and everything.
100% definitely intended, and starting off strong. Sometimes that those car designs will come in handy and build some confidence as Little Avocado is back out. Now will turn, tries to challenge. Again, those are those double commits that we talk about, but JK Dragon couldn't do enough to try to keep it out, so Little Avocado will be credited with a goal here.
Put this one in reverse. Watch this, he's pulling the Mater over here. Terry as well, but oh my goodness. Great backflip, 4:21 still on the clock, and looks like Charlotte Engineering coming out pretty strong here in game 1.
And now an answer back, though. Sphere going to be credited here with a goal, and Hopewell on the board.
Yeah, hey, like you said, I mean, it's going to be back and forth, both of these teams evenly, but I feel like I said, as soon as someone scores, it's that next kickoff, and that's what happened. They answered back.
Is Capri Sun still a thing? Look at Capri Sun's
I think
Johnny
so.
here.
I think so.
Doing some work. So we'll hold back here, JK. We'll hold back. Sphere the shot, bar down, a chance. Still on the goal line, and Sharpie makes a big save to bail him out.
How did that not go in? Charlie's next to us asking how did that happen, and I can't answer that for you, Charlie.
Oh my. Sharpie to push back in the zone here after that incredible save off the goal line. Feels bad though for Hopewell, who did everything but score in that situation. Now that triple commit. Everybody forward here. Capri Sun gonna drop back here in support. Now JK holds off maybe a little bit too long. He allowed Sharpie to jump on it. And now Capri Sun right back out. He's got a man downfield. Lil Avocado trying to get to it. Now Capri Sun Johnny left with an open cage.
Yes.
Calls him off. You saw the comms in order to get that teammate out of there to have a free shot 3-1.
So smart on those comms too, because right there FaZe would have messed him up bad, and he had a wide open goal, as you see right there, as Sphere's trying to get back, just not fast enough. And now Charlotte Engineering taking an extra insurance goal here.
Yeah, 2-goal sway there as Hopewell, remember, that ball stood on the goal line for what seemed like a lifetime, and they just couldn't quite tap it in. And now you see the answer the other way for Charlotte Engineering, and that could have been, instead of an even game, it's now left here with 3-1. Now Sharpie will push forward here. Now has the angle to Sean, just a little bit wide. Avocado gonna hold back, let Capri Sun Johnny jump on it instead, but Pro Bronze it, that we said we'd look out for as well, tries to get this touch away, and a good job to handle it from the back
Big
wall.
save right there. He didn't have much of a choice. If he didn't hit that, he was in trouble. That would have been a 4th goal for Charlotte Engineering, but able to do so. Good save, good clear.
Sharpie up, touch back down. Capri Sun Johnny waits for it. Love that name. Every single time I'm saying it. But Sharpie did win the race as Sphere was after Sharpie trying to get away from it. Sharpie trying to get that touch. I mean, that's a bold move for a player at this level. JK jumps on it, almost able to chop it from the defender's wall. And now Sharpie back on it. Now has it far side. It's in. 4-1 for Charlotte Engineering.
Yeah, I mean, they are just on a tear here in game 1. This is what you want to see from your school. This is what you want to see from your players. Get up there early. We like we said, game 1 is very important in these series.
Joining into the conversation, we have Charlie. Charlie, welcome to the stream.
What's up,
How are
Charlie
you,
on the
man?
mic? Yo, Bear Light discounts. How you guys doing?
We're good. Well, we're doing super well. I mean, overall, this has been a great stream.
Yeah, I mean, how about this Rocket League action? And I mean, the STEM's been out of control as well. I think you guys said this. We all said this last week. I mean, the STEM is such a step up from last season, and now my boys over at Charlotte Engineering, they already played a game earlier, so they're a little bit warmed up. Good 4-1 start here.
Yeah, it's showing. It is showing for sure. But look who just answered back. That's Hopewell getting back on the board right here for himself. 2-4.
Pro Bronze it again. You said, can he be a leader for this Hopewell team when things go awry to some degree? And it has been, but they've been able to pull back their team now. Within 2, with the minute 53, definitely doable, especially with the multitude of chances, including that goal line stand that almost went in for.
Did we just see a
triple commit?
I was going to say a double triple commit there on the kickoff.
Double triple commit.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I want to see Hopewell make a good game out of this. As a kind of a hopeful shot there, put up by Engineering, easily saved by Sphere Master.
Yeah, touch back down, waiting. It's going to be Capri Sun, almost got it across. It was Sphere Master across the way, though. So for Hopewell, didn't seem too much of a challenge there as they'll move forward. And Capri Sun Johnny, not quite in the right spot. In fact, that corner will actually hit it out to their opponents. Pro is shot well wide, and now Sharpie back down the field as they're in transition. Only one back is Sphere. They eventually all rotate around, so good defense from Hopewell to get back.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, is that triple commit. Who's able to get back whenever the triple commit is there. So, you know, if your defense, you know, I'm starting to salivate at the mouth whenever I see a triple commit come my way.
100%. Waiting back in a mistake now. Here's Hopewell. A chance, but Sharpie able to clean it up after that one had kind of haunted them. Now Sphere back on it. Chance. Lil Avocado does enough to keep it away for now, but Sphere, the shot is in! That ball had eyes. It bounced through 2 defenders there, and it pulled him back within 1.
Clinical.
Watch this. Right on the underside of the car, too.
The adjustment made to touch it off the bottom side, right? Hit the front of the car and just kind of bounce it. Sometimes you don't need that direct shot in. Sometimes it's less effective.
40 seconds remaining and just down by 1. Hopewell has a chance of hope here with the last 35 seconds here.
Oh, man, and they're in the offensive zone, but Pro Bronze, and unfortunately playing all the way back here. We'll see if it's a strategy. Maybe they want to keep all balls in front of them so they have an opportunity to push back down the field.
Yeah, 20 seconds now. This is when you need to be making a move. Get that ball on the other side. Get that away. If you're Hopewell, this is your last chance.
And it's a pinch. Back the other way. Almost found its way in. And down to 10 seconds left. And now Hopewell's on it. But Sharpie right back down the field will kill more time. This will be a difficult haul back down the other way. And they can't do it. It'll be Charlotte Engineering getting away by the skin of their teeth.
Absolutely. That was a close game. I mean, Hopewell still put him a fight. I think this series could be a close one.
Yeah, Charlie, your thoughts on that game, man? That was super close. They brought it back.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic game. I think if you're Charlotte Engineering, you're sweating a little bit because came out to an early lead. I think they were up 3-1 or maybe even 4-1 for a bit. And then almost, I mean, they were this close, guys, to giving up that fourth goal and going into OT. So this is what we see in this league all the time is you've got schools that at first seem a little bit overmatched. They get their teamwork, their rotations together. All of a sudden, you're starting to see upsets. Now, we haven't seen a ton of actual series upsets, but we saw Rocky River take one from Garinger, which a lot of people are thinking is one of the best teams in the league. That was an awesome game to watch. We also saw over on the B stream an incredibly intense game between Palisades and JT Williams. There's a lot of smack talk going on between these two schools beforehand.
I believe it.
And Coach Coolio over there, I don't know. I feel like he's sometimes his own worst enemy. Kind of was writing some checks that I wasn't sure if his team could cash. But that was a good match as well.
For sure, I think Palisades is one of those teams that it's like a gatekeeper team right now. It's like you have to beat them in order to become part of the equation, like in the top 5. And I think they're trying to break that. And I know they have the capability. Like they match up pretty close on paper to JT Williams. So to see them kind of hang around has been definitely refreshing to say the least.
Yeah, I think with Palisades, you're going to need to see the team just get comfortable playing with each other and get comfortable in the competitive level, right? The individual skills are there.
Yeah.
But what's going to separate your teams as we start game 2 here? A massive advantage that both South Mech and Audrey Kell and JT Williams in Olympic as well. And I think we're going to add Garinger to that equation after they get a few more W's into their belt. Because they've done it before. They have players that have done it before. They've played live in person in front of an audience, in front of mom and dad. Palms gets a little bit sweaty. And I think you see that as shot from half field, put in, 1-0 Hopewell.
And Sphere Burson on the spot here as, just from the slot. And that was a great, high velocity shot. It wasn't exactly drawn up, with the corner of the car like you typically see, but the front of the car will do just fine if you're able to launch to that far side.
Hopewell answering back. I mean, they are not going down without a fight. They know Charlotte Engineering can do it. So they're trying, they know they can do it as well, though.
Oh, man, Charlotte Engineering went, all in on that one. Really pushed in all their chips, trying to get that goal. Could not quite find the back of the net.
Touches here.
Yeah, now you see the other way. All 3 members, they try to spread out, though. You see the communication from Charlotte Engineering, realized, push in the same corner.
We're grouped up, guys. Leave.
That only works out in FPSs when you're looking at trades, In this case, we hang here with Sharpie.
Yeah, still spending a lot of time in that corner, though, all 3 players from Engineering. With that shot from, almost midfield, discounts, I mean, what happens to the shots you don't take, right?
Well, they're just non-existent, right?
You miss them,
not going to make them.
You miss them
You're
if you ask Wayne Gretzky, so. Speaking of which, Sharpie puts one in. He'll shoot. It's 1-1.
He shoots and scores, I mean, efficiently as well. 1 shot, 1 goal for Sharpie in this game.
And we questioned, Charlotte Engineering's rotations to some degree, but I love that Sharpie stayed on the play there. It was, offensive-minded. Sometimes it's a lot of times it'll be very convincing that you need to rotate back instantly, grab a 100 boost wherever you can find it and play from there. But Sharpie stayed in on the play, cut back when he saw the pass coming, and that's all about communication there for Charlotte Engineering. And now they will score the second one. They're back in the lead here, Discounts.
Basil Avocado doing his thing as he sees the miss hit from Sphere and just he's got the boost, so he says, why not use it? Let me go give this touch in and give my squad the lead right here.
He's making a case to be part of FaZe Clan in the future.
He's working on it. He's working on it.
At least in his mind, you keep making improvements. That's the only way you get there.
Yeah, I'm liking how this match is shaping up here. I mean, that one, Avocado just faster to the ball. But Hopewell tends to jump the kickoff and then fade back, right? So it's meanwhile Charlotte Engineering, as they just gave up their second goal, it just seems like their rotations are a little bit uncoordinated. to me, you know? And a goal like that, I mean, that one rolled in at 45 miles per hour. So
we've seen slower, though. We have seen slower in the
I think we saw
past
3
weeks.
at some point, but yeah, it's not the high velocity shots that always make it through. We've seen bouncers,
very
things
true.
like that.
Oh, shot on. There we go.
Again.
That I want to point this out. That's happened twice in this series where Pro Bronze is there in the back of the goal. He's in the right position, but instead of getting that clear, he's hitting it right back to the opposing team, and that's given up 2 goals in this series.
It's definitely a coaching item, so that's definitely something that could be fixed pretty simply. The skill's there. It's just the knowledge to knock into a corner.
Yep. And
is
like
the
you just
point
did right there.
There you go. Exactly. Learn from your mistakes, improve, and that's what we saw.
Absolutely. I mean, he
Couple
definitely
misses there.
learned from that last time. Is now, his team's down. Let's see if they're going to be able to get that right back in there. Because right now it's a tennis game, back and forth.
Yeah, and Hopewell has had their opportunities. They've tied this game a couple of times. Now we'll try to continue with it. The answer has been there. Now it's Capri Sun Johnny right on the spot here to keep it in the zone, try to trap it. But it's good speed there from JK the Dragon. And now, you see them drop back here for the defense of Charlotte Engineering. Really, if Hopewell trusted, their teammates to be able to jump out in front and really chase that ball down.
Yeah, if I'm Hopewell, I'm seeing those triple commits. You see it, and you're seeing it again. Well, that was a great cutoff, though, by Charlotte Engineering. They just need to get this ball cleared and reset, get back. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, the gaps are there. I mean, for Hopewell to get what they found is pretty much put a shot on goal.
Yep.
There's not really anybody there for Engineering to defend it. And, I think to me, this is not the normal starting roster for Engineering. And I think you're starting to see kind of just the gaps that leaves. Oh, there we go. Just like that. I mean, we don't have... Oh, there you go, another 45 mile per hour. Nudge
Right
it in.
on
But listen, we take those, right, Spearmaster? It's 3-3.
That's right. You leave it on the table, you should be able to take it, right? And so we've seen a few opportunities go by the wayside. Not this time around. They wanted it, so able to tie this game at 3. Keep eyes, though, on Charlotte Engineering. Every single time Hopewell has even the game, they come right back out with another goal. Is it Sharpie that did the save? He does! The double touch off the back wall. And again, Charlotte Engineering. I said it. They're going to come back.
That's a hat trick for Sharpie. Watch this one again as he pinches it for himself and just slams that one in there. Now, hey, Charlie, that was 71 miles per hour.
There you go.
It takes 3 pinches off the back wall for it to...
He's throwing heaters now. Fastballs only.
Oh, man. Good stuff and good momentum here for Charlotte Engineering. But Pro Bronze hit right back on it again. He's going to chip it out as a pass.
Breakaway.
And no intended target, but the bouncer on the goal again. Finally breaks through. I was so nervous because we saw Hopewell do that exact thing in game number 1.
Oh, my goodness. It was sitting there for a minute. And finally, I think Sharpie was going to probably be able to hit it against the corner and let it pinch out. So that was I'm glad, Hopewell's in the right position to make that play.
Yeah, Hopewell fans are definitely thankful because this one will be chipped out. Minute 23, and this has been one of the most exciting series that we've seen so far in this stream. So love to never count out these players here.
Yeah, and I want to see what happens if Charlotte Engineering does fall behind at any point. As Sharpie has a couple attempts, and they're just kind of backing off of him there, but ended up coming to nothing. Yeah, I mean, if Hopewell takes the lead, can they hold on to it?
Yeah,
right? Because they've always been playing catch-up.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And, the answer's always there for Charlotte Engineering. So, last goal, the next goal that goes in probably will be the last one.
Oh, great
assist. Oh, my goodness.
You were asking why he was back there. That is the reason, and he will tell you that's the reason with that clutch save with less than a minute to go.
And
Nick of time.
Yeah, and Sharpie rather on the other side. Charlie right next to me.
Yeah.
Sharpie on the other side with the big save themselves. So now down to 26 seconds left. Pro Bronze is going to need to come up with another big save. He cannot. Sharpie able to chop it there. 22 seconds left. Charlotte Engineering on top.
Put him in a body shop. Watch this again as Sharpie just hits him with the right cross. And oh my goodness, I mean, what can you more ask for? Go up by 1 right here. Charlotte Engineering's feeling good. Hopewell, though, is very hopeful.
It's a big goal. I mean, somebody get this, get an autograph from this man. Anybody have a Sharpie?
I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you win against. Oh my goodness, just missed there. I mean, that looked like that last goal there by Engineering. So we got 8 seconds to go, and Engineers keeping it down on their offensive end. But that was like a hockey shootout opportunity, right? One-on-one. Hopewell, you cannot leave your you can't leave your rotations like that, where the keeper's just sitting there from a standing position, right? And you guys are experts more than me, but for me, if you're a normal soccer keeper, you're avoiding one-on-ones at all costs, and you're not sitting on your goal line waiting for it, right? Because you've cut off all your angles at that point.
And that's accurate, 100%. And in Rocket League, it looks a little bit different. Sometimes you want to challenge from the sides of the net in order to get the most momentum through, because obviously you're not going to be a permanent goaltender, but absolutely challenge out in front, cut off the angle. It applies to soccer, hockey, all the above. So in a game that reminds you so much of it, it just makes sense that it does work. And so you have to kind of apply that to the game of Rocket League.
So I got a bold prediction for Game 3 here.
Oh yeah.
I think we've seen Hopewell get tantalizingly close here twice.
Okay.
I think they take Game 3 and we go to Game 4.
All right. We have the
Score though.
Oh, score. Well, it's going to be a one-score game. The way that we've seen the opportunities offensively, I have to imagine it's going to be pretty high scoring. So logically, I'm going to say Hopewell 5, Engineering 4.
Wow. I'm gonna go. I'll keep it with you. I think Hopewell will win this game as well. I'm gonna say Hopewell 4 and Charlotte Engineering 2.
Oh, okay.
Hopewell?
Oh my goodness! How did
still there?
Is it?
Oh, I thought that was over the line already. It basically grazed the inside of the post there.
90% in. It was basically across the goal line, and they'll try to get back at it here for Hopewell. But you know, when it comes to predictions, Hopewell, hopeful.
Very hopeful.
I'm saying Charlotte Engineering wins this one. We'll see if they close out. It's still going to be a close one, though. I'm still seeing a one-goal game, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's unwise to bet against the commissioner there, Barrow.
It's like breaking a rule 1. It's a bad omen.
You just randomly see a fourth get in there.
Gotta keep
Charlie.
Gotta keep Charlie in.
Out of nowhere.
It's illegal to bet on amateur sports here in North Carolina. So I'm not going to be over there throwing games. Not yet.
No
Not
odds
yet.
on this one. Oh, man. 4 minutes left in this 1 minute play. It's still a dead even 0. We said a high-scoring game. I'm sure it'll amp up at some point.
Well, I mean, Hopewell basically had a goal in within a few seconds, right? So ultimately, I think the openings are pretty wide here in this game. The rotations are not quite there yet. The defense really isn't there, so it's only a matter of time. It's just a question of whether the shots go in, because there's plenty of good opportunities available.
Yeah. You see a lot of chaos right now going on. You see a lot of miss hits, a lot of bumps, a lot of everyone's going for the ball at the same time. So that's where you'll see more opportunities coming up. And that's what we're going to keep seeing. But who will take advantage of those opportunities? That's the question.
In that last save there, Pro Bronze, you said cut off the angle. And what did he do? He went out, he challenged there at the top of the box. And 9 times out of 10, you'll get a much better challenge and a save there if you're able to challenge it before the shot can even get off the card.
And you say, though, the Pro Bronze is not really is not going to be standing back there the whole time. But recently, you see him right there as he watched this one go right over his head. And Sharpie gets the first score of this game.
And one of the difference makers, why I called the name of Charlotte Engineering here, is just he's been a difference maker from the get-go and makes dynamic plays like that. And so 1-0 lead. I'm not saying it's safe here by any means. The way this has been a bit of a chaotic game, but from chaos comes great growth. Yeah, we'll see which team can
opportunity for scoring definitely comes from chaos as well. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, it really didn't look. I think Pro Bronson was just like, it's in. I'm not even challenging this one. He might not have had boost. Who knows the story? But either way, it's a 1-0 game here.
All right, Hopewell's got to get a goal back quick here if they're going to keep this series alive and keep my prediction alive.
Yeah, Pro trying to work it around the corner and corral it. So, again, Sharpie just so good at cutting off that zone.
Oh, that's open.
Center good keep out, though. But Sharpie back chomps at it.
Double.
A great save there from Spear. Opportunity available. Backward shot, and Spear makes a save.
Unbelievable save.
Yeah, unbelievable, because, I mean, Engineering was just swarming the front of the goal there. And somehow, I mean, just great last-ditch defending by Hopewell. Staying alive.
Staying trades on the demos.
For now, and now turning it up to field. It's Sphere again. All 3 members, though, of Charlotte Engineering are bunched up in this corner like we've seen multiple times.
Is there someone in the
this
middle?
Series, you need someone. It
And
is.
there was.
Bro, bronze it all the way from goal, didn't he?
Yep.
Able to score this one and tie the game
I
at
really
1.
think if he can get out a goal a little bit more in this series, we're going to see a lot closer game. We're going to see Hopewell score more. Every time he's out of the goal, he's the one that's putting up
That
the
spot,
points.
with all these triple commits, that spot in the middle of the field is wide open.
Yes.
It's like your
And
late
he's been seeing it.
Yeah, that's your late arriving midfielder in that case, coming in for the clinical finish. Now, can Hopewell take a lead? I believe they take a lead, they will stay ahead. But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, again, it just the adjustments, the opportunities are there. They're on the table. They are finally being kind of snuffed out in a way. We'll see if they can pull with it. But Sharpie, good recovery save there. Now they're back on it. They need to make a save. Capri's son, Johnny, not sure if he was confident that was going across. He definitely dove for it.
It's a wide open
got
goal.
out of it now, a chance. And it's Charlotte Engineering again. Hopewell just a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Hopewell had a shot, they had an opportunity, but no one was putting up any pressure on Charlotte Engineering. You saw it; it was wide open, and no one was there to hit it. So and then it turned back the other way, and Charlotte Engineering delivered on that opportunity.
Yes, I don't know if you saw the in-game chat, but a little avocado every time he's scoring, he's saying, hooray! Trying to get the spirits up here for Charlotte Engineering, but they might give up one. But Sharpie able to recover there, and that speed will definitely bail him out.
Yeah.
Sweeper keeper every day.
He's been the fastest car on the field for sure in this series.
It's here.
Another cross. There's no one there, though.
Oh, my. Pro bronze it a little bit too far forward. The challenge way too late.
Gonna hit it.
Oh, off to the... Let's see.
To the right.
Hooray! Let's see if he does it again.
Wait for it.
Oh, my goodness.
Another goal here for little avocado, who just saw it bounce right down in front and able to score. I guess you don't get a hooray whenever it's just kind of left on a platter there.
Yeah. That was disrespectful.
Well, maybe the commissioner should probably be a little bit more humble about his predictions here, as it's 4-1 Charlotte Engineering.
See, I thought you knew inside edge, so that's why I waited for you to make that prediction, and I made mine just 1 point difference.
I think discounts the lessons learned here is you and Bearlet are the Rocket League experts.
I'm going opposite of you next time.
Still not over, okay? 38 seconds left to the chance, but Sharpie continues his run of just offensive possession time and just so good control, but that's going to be a wide open one.
JK should be able to take it all the way through.
Sharpie, though.
Sharpie with the recovery and taps it out to the corner.
Just could not get there.
He's just been there. I mean, he's the funny thing is he's on offense. He's the guy up front, but also he's somehow the guy that's getting back and making all the saves as well.
Yeah, I believe they call that a carry.
Yeah, hard carries.
Definitely not wrong here. Sharpie will be signing lots of autographs here this time around, as it will be Charlotte Engineering here on top 3-0, as Bearlight had predicted.
Yeah, you did call that.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You guys come a little bit this way, so we're on camera there. There you go.
I didn't want discounts in the shot. You
Yeah.
guys have
Well,
that
another
prediction.
fantastic
stream, man.
Absolutely, man.
And much props to all the players out there, all the STEM teams that are, and also just like every player who's participating. We have over 1,100 players in this league. I've seen so much character development. I've had one-on-one conversations with a lot of these players where I'm hearing how they're working on getting their grades up, how they're focusing on like being part of the community, resolving conflict effectively.
Yeah.
We allow trash talk in the CMS Discord server, as long as it's respectful, as long as it's compassionate, because we want competition, but we also want those opportunities for players to have conflict and then resolve it, because that's a really important life skill. So I've seen a lot of that. I just want to give a general shout out to all 1,100 plus players that we have that have just done a really great job. I'm really proud of y'all. I feel like I'm Papa Bear for all 1,100 of you guys. I love you. And great job to you guys as well, too.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Shout out to the parents and guardians as well that allow these players to play on a regular basis. Hopefully they know about it, to some degree. But,
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, they're very supportive. I get to meet a handful of them at the LAN last season.
Yeah.
Always a great conversation to see esports come alive like this, and in tandem with a life skill that'll carry with them like STEM. It's been absolutely fulfilling.
Yeah, building your own apps. I mean,
Right.
I don't know. you guys probably didn't tune in, but Overlord, who's one of our other casters who works on the STEM desk often, he's working with one of the schools to connect them with actual banks to connect their app.
Wow.
So, I mean, there's some really cool stuff that's going on out there. So, anyway, I couldn't be more thrilled to be a part of it.
Was it G Bank?
Yeah,
From
G Bank.
Let's
yeah,
go, baby.
Guarantor High.
Let's
Go Wildcats.
Go Wildcats, baby.
Yeah.
Love seeing it. Well, from all of us here at the CMS Esports Varsity and STEM League, we thank you so much for tuning in here for this week. And we will see you next Wednesday, at least for the Rocket League portion. Me and Discounts and Charlie. Good night.
Good night.